Would everybody please begin to take their seats? Yep. All right. Could everybody please take their seats? No. I want to thank everybody for coming. We have, I believe, 13 items on the agenda. It is a full agenda. This is the fourth night. Hopefully, this will be the last night. I'm asking people who get up to speak on an article to please take into consideration the length of time that gets involved in debating some articles. Some are far more important than others, and leaving time for the ones that deserve full debate would be helpful to everyone. The speaking rules are 5 minutes. First time you speak, 3 minutes. The next time you speak, you can't speak for that second time unless everybody else who wants an opportunity to speak has had an opportunity to do so. Same deal with the clickers. When we go to vote, and I'm going to be very honest, I know what the rules say. If it becomes far more expedient to use a voice vote on something that's clearly going to be unanimous, or not in question, excuse me, nothing will ever be unanimous. Not in question, I'm going to go in that direction. Just because we do have the need to get through this as efficiently as we can. I believe we're ready to go with the first article, please. Point of order, Mr. Freddy.
Mr. Moderator, I move that we revoke the previous motion to adjourn after an article has been discussed after 10:30 p.m. so that we can continue the business of town meeting. Thank you.
Is there a second? Discussion. I'm going to do this on a voice vote. All those in favor of waiving the 10:30 requirement so we have the opportunity to potentially finish this evening, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, it is a vote. Thank you. Article 30.
Mr. Moderator?
What's your point of order, Mr. Gould?
Just a comment. Yesterday, a state police trooper was killed in an accident up on the North Shore. Maura Healey, the governor, put out an edict to lower flags at half-staff. I'd appreciate it if the department heads would have their staff lower the town flags. Thank you.
So noted. Thank you. Moved by the town manager that the town authorize an amendment to the maximum contract term for contracted into by the town for the operation and maintenance of the town's wastewater treatment facility and collection system originally approved at the 1992 annual town meeting by Article 4 for a maximum term of 10 years by granting up to 5 additional one-year extensions options beyond the 10-year contract term. Under such terms and conditions as the town manager, sewer department deems to be in the best interest of the town, provided that each extension shall be exercised at the sole discretion of the town manager/sewer department and subject to the availability of appropriate funds. Is there a second? Discussion. Mr. Struzeri, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and good evening, everyone. John Struzeri, Director of Wastewater Operations, living at 20 Sunset Avenue. This article says exactly what it says on the screen. In 1992, we approved an article that allowed for up to a 10-year contract for our contract operator who runs the wastewater treatment facility and the collection system. What this article is doing is to allow up to 5 one-year extensions to that contract. So that's all we're looking for in order to authorize that additional term to allow us the flexibility in the event that it makes sense to do so at the time, and if it's to our benefit to do so. So I ask for your support.
Thank you. Advisory Board?
Dave Clinton, 55 Gosnell Street, member of the Advisory Board. We met on this and spoke with personnel at the sewer department, and certainly we feel it's important for them to have more flexibility in allowing for these contracts, and it would be favorable to the town to do so. So we ask for your support in this article. Favorable action. Thank you.
Any additional discussion? On my right, please.
Randy Gould, 2 Christian Street in the Village. Is the current operator of the sewer treatment plant better than the last one we had?
We've had a good experience with the current operator, and however, we have recently rebid that contract, and a selection has been made and recommended that we select a different operator for the next 10 years.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional discussion? Seeing no one, the voting will be open for 30 seconds. If you're in favor of this as requested in the article, please vote in the affirmative. If you're opposed, vote in the negative. Again, please check to make sure you're getting that little OK sign up on your screen. Voting is now open. Voting will close in 5 seconds. The voting is now closed. By a vote of 140 to 20 in the negative, Article 30 passes as presented.
Thank you.
Next one, please. Article 15 be found on page 7 and 8 of the warrant. Moved by the town manager, the town transfer from free cash the sum of $800,000 to be added to the below listed funds. Stabilization fund free cash, $100,000. Capital stabilization fund free cash, $100,000. OPEB fund free cash, $100,000. That's for police and fire injury leave. Workers' compensation fund free cash of $100,000. Employment liability reserve fund free cash, $100,000. Unemployment compensation fund free cash, $100,000. Grant match fund free cash, $100,000. Is there a second to the motion? Discussion. Advisory Board. Town Manager.
Go ahead.
Dave Clinton, 55 Gosnell Street, member of the Advisory Board. If you've been to town meeting and you listen to me talk about stabilization funds and the like, I'm a big fan of them and have been pushing for it for years, this body right here in front of you, the Advisory Board. And along with the town manager's goals she set early on when she started to be more transparent with many of the funds that you're looking at here on the board. This addresses that kind of transparency and good fiscal policy, and For that reason, we feel that town meeting should vote favorably on this, and I hope for that support. Thank you.
Anybody else anything to comment? Seeing no one, the voting will be open in a moment. Again, if you're in favor of these transfers into free cash, please indicate by voting in the affirmative. If you're opposed, vote in the negative. Voting is now open. It will be open for 30 seconds. Voting will close in 5 seconds. Voting is now closed. I vote 149 to 18. The motion passes by majority vote. Article 44 can be page 29 of the warrant. Moved by Catherine Wolf that the town authorize the Board of Selectmen to acquire by gift, purchase, eminent domain, public assets, easement, or otherwise the property or an interest therein or portion thereof at the opening of the town seawall at James Avenue Wharf and the James Avenue Beach, so called, to enable and facilitate public and municipal access to and use of the beach and for municipal purposes, and to accomplish same to raise and appropriate and or transfer from available funds or borrow a sum of money. Is there a second to the motion?
And I have a presentation, and it's Kathleen Wolf, 7 Highland Avenue. So, and let me see if I,
Presentation for Article 44, George, please.
okay. I'm here to focus on trying to protect continued access to James Avenue Beach, which has been used by the public for hundreds of years. This is the Bayside Beach right around the corner from the library. This is a photo of people using it last summer. The Waterfront Access Committee made a rating of beaches throughout Hull, and this beach was assigned top priority in the area from M Street up to Hull Gut. $30,000 was spent on a study which was conducted by the Woods Hole Group. The beach is next to James Landing, which has a town dock that is used by large boats. James Landing has a large parking lot. It could be used by up to 40 plus cars. So this is a town-wide resource. This community resource was established by the town in 1935. The town does water quality testing at the beach on a regular basis. There used to be town swimming lessons here, including for handicapped children. It is very accessible for people with mobility issues because of the parking option right next to the beach entrance. The entrance, which was purposefully left open when the town built the cement wall that you will see in the next few photos. The next photo shows all of the houses above the beach, the abutters. The person who is intent on creating the blockage of this area is Mr. Schindler, whose house is hidden behind the hedges on the right. Let's see, I think I'm going to try this thing. There's supposed to be a laser pointer. I guess it's not working. Well, is it? No. It's not working. Okay. His stairs can be seen on the right-hand side of the picture next to the white stairs. Okay. And next is a photo of his stairs at the entranceway to the beach leading down to the water. His land consists of approximately 10 feet at the entrance, which is the access to the hundreds of feet of the beach beyond. This photo also clearly shows the entrance left open at the end of the wall. Anyway, the next photo shows the 2 poles Mr. Schindler put up about 10 years ago. This was all done before he had any permissions from the Department of Environmental Protection. Citizens were very upset about this, and he was required to stop. He had once said that he wants to have 8 poles in place. Next, he has proceeded to get Department of Environmental Protection permissions, and so now those poles are legal, and he has started stringing cable between them with the no trespassing sign and the warning of 24-hour video surveillance. He has put these cables in place in October of 2024 and again in October of 2025, right before he returned to Texas, where he is a legal resident. The wires have been removed each year shortly after being put up. No one knows who has removed them. It is very important to know that the Department of Environmental Protection does not deal with property issues or ownership issues or beach rights. So just because the poles are now environmentally permitted, that doesn't determine beach rights, especially considering the long history of beach use. This next picture is actually a rendering with the use of a computer to show what could possibly be the outcome of taking no action on this issue. If blockage is tolerated, this could be a realistic outcome, I believe. Moving on, I am showing a map of the Hull Village area. This is put out by mass.gov. The 14 green lines all depict easements, and you can see they're scattered around in there, but there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least, that lead down to the water. Easements are an established legal right to pass over land. They are not a taking of property or of land. Granted, the majority of lines shown here are probably utility easements, but clearly some of the lines shown are access to the water. This is a perfectly well-established dynamic, and it is what we are hoping to see put in place to protect James Beach. Next is a photo of the town property book, which designates properties and the beach area. The dark dot is Mr. Schindler's 10 feet, and the yellow shows the James Avenue, the James Beach land of the other abutters. Every single one of those owners but butters wants to see the community use of the beach maintained and are very strong support of establishing an easement. This is stated in a letter to the editor in the Hull Times on December 18th, 2025. This warrant article is essentially identical to the one presented by and supported by the town in 2017. That article did pass but wasn't acted on. My understanding is that when our Article 44 passes, it may require action within a certain time frame. I have been told that's within 120 days. The multiple concerned citizens, especially of the abutters, and the select board need to work together. We need to have an attorney who is an expert in this field. This is doable and reasonable, but it must have support, focus, and action, and be done in a timely manner. I believe that allowing this kind of blockage on a long-established beach area would be a really terrible precedent to set. Consistent use of an area for 20 years establishes the right for it to be legally considered to become an easement. It is extremely apparent to me that this would cause absolutely no harm at all to Mr. Schindler. It would simply allow people to continue to take 4 or 5 steps on his land to cross to a welcoming beach.
Would you please begin to wrap up, please?
Yes, I have another. Now for a couple of studies which I found so interesting, both from 100 photos. This is the bay with public sidewalk with handrails which snake around the bay. This is 100, we've been using it forever. Next is a postcard depicting that walkway around the bay from the hotel at the Gut up to the original First Yacht Club. Historically, people, has it been 7 minutes? Because I've timed it so many times.
Well,
historically, people have always traversed. I have this area from the hotels to the yacht club, past James Beach and over to the jetty, all along the bay. Coastal Zone Management referred me to the document Public Rights Along the Shoreline, which explains the established concept of the public having the right to fish, fowl, and navigate. Fouling includes bird watching, according to the Attorney General. Navigating can include floating on a raft. The public has definitely always used James Beach for fishing, fouling, and navigating. The town dock is too high for kayaks and canoes to be launched. They are routinely launched from the beach. Please vote to support this article. This will help to establish a positive precedence that could be powerfully impactful. It will establish a commitment to protecting beach access town-wide throughout our beautiful peninsula. Thank you.
Advisory Board, please.
Could you please
And
bring,
I'd like to make,
Pardon
to
me.
move for a change.
point of order?
Oh,
Let the advisory.
okay,
Could you please bring up the main motion now?
It's up, Mr. Frady.
So the advisory board recommended favorable action, but that was based on some understanding that we were going to get a much more detailed description with, distances that we're going to lay this out. At this point, this is pretty vague. So I don't know that I can speak to the advisory board for the advisory board now based on the motion not having been changed to show that. If she has a motion that would delineate this in terms of the actual size being taken, then I think I could speak, but I thought that was going to be in the motion. Okay, please give it to the moderator.
Oh, okay. Let's go back to the, excuse me for 1 second. All right. There's an error, but the additional slides associated with this were not put up for whatever reason. Can we go back to the rest of these slides, George, that did not get put up before, back to the original motion? All right. All right, so can you go to the second page? All right, the next page, please. All right. I think the second page, this pages that weren't put up, and I will take the second to read them because I think it's germane to the argument and to the questions that were asked by the advisory board. That the town of Hull authorize the Board of Selectmen to acquire by gift, purchase, eminent domain, or otherwise an easement within the year of the opening on the town seawall at James Avenue Wharf and the James Avenue excuse me, beach, so-called, within the area described below, for the purpose of and to enable and facilitate public and municipal access and use of the beach and for municipal purposes, funding for the same to come from the Wetland Waterways Access Account, and to authorize the town manager to apply for and accept grants and gifts to accomplish said projects. To accomplish such projects and purposes, and to authorize the town to enter into agreements for said projects and purposes, and to authorize the use of grants or gifts to acquire said property and for said projects and purposes, and to take all actions necessary to accomplish the purpose of this motion. Is there any additional pages to this?
No, that's what I had sent you.
Well, we got the references here, so. Description of area. Said easement area is within the portion of property now of formerly John D. Schneider, trustee of the 15 Mount Pleasant Nominee Trust, referred to as the other parcel, in a deed recorded at Plymouth Registry of Deeds, Book 13099, page 326, or house, wherever recorded or described, shown as another parcel on a plan captioned Plan of Land at Hull, belonging to the estate of John W. Tower, drawn by Charles C. Perkins, surveyor, dated August 19th, 1893, and recorded with the Plymouth County Register of Deeds, Book 1, page 418. In said area also being within the area of a northerly boundary along the toe of the bank, within or another parcel related to in said deed, thence an easterly boundary by land of the town of Hull, thence a southerly boundary by Hull Bay, thence a westerly boundary by the westerly line of property now or formerly of John D. Schneider, trustee of the 15 Mount Pleasant Nominee Trust.
And I have a motion to amend this, however you say it. So
Go ahead and make your
substitute motion, and it's in that, what I handed to you, it's, I want to, hold on, I want to take out eminent domain from the wording in that. Oh, I'm sorry. I would like to have eminent domain removed from the language in the motion. It's referenced 2 times. This warrant article is about walking over land, not about taking land.
All right, the motion is made to remove the words eminent domain from the article. It appears in 2 places. Is there a second to that? Second. There's a second. So the discussion is now on taking out the eminent domain wording. Is there any discussion on that?
Phil Maloney, 19 Mount Pleasant Ave. I am the abutter to John Schindler that lives directly beside him above that little beach, and I have enjoyed that beach a lot. It's on my deed that I own part of the beach, and I would hope that the town comes to me. I'll sign whatever it takes to sign the rights to allow that beach to be public. I know that my other neighbors, except for one, want to do it too. And I ask that the town approve this with no prejudice, and I hope that the selectmen, I know that this is advisory only, I hope they actually move forward on it. Thank you.
Again, on the substitute motion, in the Senate, please, sir.
Jim Kilfoyle, 7 James Avenue, speaking to the substitute motion. I support the emphasis, the change to easement, specifying that this is simply the town acquiring the right for citizens to transit the narrow strip of land that John Schindler has at the opening to James Ave Beach. So I support the amendment.
Mr. Clinton?
Yeah, Dave Clinton, 55 Gosnell Street. I'm speaking as a private citizen. Maybe town council can answer this for us all, but I'm not that upset about the words eminent domain there. It doesn't necessarily mean this has to be a land taking. An eminent domain could be done just for the purpose of an easement. So that language doesn't bother me so much, and maybe town council can kind of help us out here with this.
If you care to.
I'm happy to, Mr. Moderator, and through you to the speaker. Typically, in any article that contemplates the acquisition of any interest in real estate, which could be the fee, it could be the easement, any real estate at all, we typically include any vehicle that would assist the town in acquiring it. So through negotiation, through gift, and through eminent domain, because we don't know until the process plays out which tool is going to be necessary. There's also another reason for having eminent domain in an article, which is that we don't know if we're going to run into title issues. And sometimes the person, the entity conveying the property can't resolve that title issue. Eminent domain is a tool that can do that, and so we often include that. Removing the words eminent domain does not change the fact that the town is still acquiring an interest in real estate. Whether it's an easement or the fee, it doesn't make any difference. Under Chapter 40, Section 14, whenever a town appropriates funds to acquire an interest in real estate through any means, it's a 2/3 vote, and it's the same process. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Based on some of the comments, do you want to continue with your substitute motion, Ms. Wolf?
I don't know. I mean, I think psychologically a lot of people feel like taking of land is in eminent domain. I want it just to be passage on land. So I'd love to hear other comments from people who have some insight into this. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator?
All right, the debate again is on the substitute motion regarding removing the terminology eminent domain. On my left, please.
Yes, David Kellum, 2 Marina Drive. I had the same question. I think, I don't know how the town actually acquires an easement over this land if it will not be gifted or sold to the town, except through the process of eminent domain. I think, isn't eminent domain the act of taking the easement? So I think you need the language eminent domain. I too am an attorney, and I would oppose the substitute motion because I think we may need the clarification of having the power of authorizing the power of eminent domain in this particular circumstance.
That makes sense to me. I think it could be rephrased, eminent domain, putting the substitute motion could be eminent domain being used for the purpose of creating an easement. That would clarify what I am meaning.
It does say easement in the motion.
Yes, I added that in.
It says, it talks about using those techniques
Yes.
to acquire an easement. An easement is simply the right of use of property, not the right of ownership of property. So I think the motion is fine as it is and duly authorizes the town to do what needs to be done. So I guess I would support voting no on the substitute motion.
Okay, I'll withdraw the motion.
The motion is withdrawn. The discussion goes,
And now, I just want to make it very clear, this is about traversing over this land, not trying to repossess somebody's land, so.
I think everybody understands
Okay, thank
your
you.
concern. Thank you. All right, back to the original motion in the center, please.
I'm actually taken aback by that. Shannon Kacharovich, 1011 Avalon Drive. I'm the owner of significant intellectual property, and the words eminent domain are actually quite alarming. That means that the property law is, and intellectual property are very much related, just as ocean marine or cargo in transit is very related to inland marine or trucking cargo in transit. I have an insurance background. I am an actuary. I, again, have significant intellectual property, and those words eminent domain need to be removed, and if they are not removed, I highly recommend they're stricken in this motion. This motion does not pass. The consultation with the owner of property is all that matters. The licensing of said property or the ability to access, traverse, use in any way, what this allows is just, if somebody has it, they can take it. I'm quite alarmed by it. It becomes a strong arm argument to say eminent domain is an option. It tends to be a preferred approach rather than gifting or purchasing. The fact that gift is in here too is another way to avoid payment or any kind of compensation for such property. I am vehemently opposed to this. After reading and hearing the arguments, it sounded convincing and it sounded like the good for all, but if it is good for all, why not pay for it? I'm really sick of being stolen from.
On my right, please.
Michael Collins, 19 Burr Road. As worded, I stand in opposition to this article, and in principle, I'm against all articles that involve eminent domain, but especially this article. So having said all that, I'd like to offer an amended motion for consideration. Strike the words eminent domain and replace with licensing agreement. And I have there if you'd like.
Is there a second to the motion replacing the word eminent domain with licensing agreement? Hearing none, the motion does not go forward. Back to the original motion. In the center, please.
So we're on the original motion, I understand. Jim Kilfoyle, 7 James Ave. Again, speaking in support of this motion, I understand the seriousness of any community's exercising its power of eminent domain. I want to emphasize that each instance of that power's exercise is distinct and different. In this case, the proposal suggests to me that Mr. Schindler would be recompensed, he would be paid for the town establishing a right to transit his strip of land at the entrance to James Ave Beach. In addition to what Kathleen said, and just let me say thank you to Kathleen for bringing this forward, it strikes me that the town should support this for public safety reasons. The wires that have been put up across the beach interfere potentially and really with essential services that are delivered to a home which is 3 James Avenue, which is just on the other side of Mr. Schindler's property. Postal workers, when the wires are up, if the fence, the full fence, which John Schindler has indicated he would like to put up or has considered putting up, have to scramble over the rocks to deliver mail to the post box of 3 James Ave. More importantly, if a fire were to break out in 3 James Ave or some other emergency were to occur, service would be delayed at least in dealing with the various obstacles that exist between the James Avenue landing and 3 James Ave. There was a fire at that home, I think I tried to get the definite date of this, in the early 80s. Don McTighe, resident in that home, did die in a fire. We live in a community with a lot of old homes. Speed is often of the essence. Again, hats off to the fire department for the brave work that they do. Speed is often of the essence at getting access to a building that is involved. Having to deal with or cope with or work around wires or a substantial fence constitutes a genuine hazard. So for that reason, as well as the reasons enumerated by Kathleen Wolf, I strongly support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. On the left, please.
Thank you. Susan Vermelia, 17 East Street. I spoke with you a couple of weeks ago about this, and my understanding is that we're really talking about like a 10-foot by 10-foot piece of property?
Yes, it's
Okay.
It's about 4 steps.
Okay, so a very small parcel. But what it does is it gives our community a beach to enjoy. And so I want you to kind of keep that in mind. We live at the beach, we live on this beautiful coastal peninsula, and to be able to provide an easement for a 10 by 10 right of way, or however way you want to call it, really just doesn't seem like it's that big of a deal. But the benefit really outweighs any anything that might happen negatively. So I urge you to vote in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you. On the right, please.
Ed Parsons, 163 Nantasket Avenue. I call the question.
Motion has been made to call the question. Is there a second? Motion to call the question is not debatable. If you vote in the affirmative to call the question, we stop debate and go forward with the vote. All those in favor of calling the question, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, it is a vote. Thank you. The vote will now come on the motion in Article 44 that authorizes the Board of Selectmen to acquire by gift, purchase, eminent domain, public access, easement, or otherwise the property and interest on James Avenue, as so referenced in the motion. I'm going to open the voting now for 30 seconds. Voting is now open. Tommy? Voting will close in 5 seconds. Voting is now closed. What is your point of order, sir? If you come up to the mic, we can't hear you from where you are. Your clicker isn't working? All right, somebody be right there. Just one moment, please. Right down in the middle. All right.
A point of order. Can we do a test vote so we know how many people are in the room tonight at the start?
We've already had a vote previously. That was fine. This gentleman had a problem with his thing, so.
But people can choose not to vote for an article.
That's correct. They can. But how does doing another test question make that any different?
Because everybody would vote in the test question, and then we would have the total of how many people are voting in the room.
Not necessarily. People might not click it.
There are 210 clickers that have been distributed. All right. I'm going to reopen the voting so that individual has the opportunity to vote, so everybody else could re-vote, if you don't mind. I guess that will kind of be your test question. Voting is now open for 30 seconds. If you're in affirmative of the action relative to James Avenue, vote in the affirmative. If you're opposed, vote in the negative. Voting is now open. We are going to revote this. Is that clear to everyone? Thank you very much. Voting is now open for 30 seconds. Voting will close in 5 seconds. The voting is now closed. By a vote 191 to 11, it is a 2/3 vote in the affirmative. Article 29. Article 29, moved by the town manager, the town authorized the select board to petition the general court of the Commonwealth to enact special legislation authorizing the town to enter into one or more contracts for the operation, maintenance, management, rehabilitation, repair, replacement, and construction of wastewater-related improvements to the town wastewater treatment and collection system, including the wastewater treatment plant, sewer collection system, pump stations, pump stations, force mains, low-pressure sewer systems, and stormwater pump stations, notwithstanding certain provisions of the Massachusetts general laws relating to procurement and public construction, for the limited and express purpose of utility system management, resiliency, and regulatory compliance. And to authorize the general court to make clerical and editorial changes of form to the bill, provided that the select board approves amendments to the bill before enactment by the general court, and to authorize the select board to approve any such amendments, which shall be within the scope of the general public objectives of the aforesaid petition, and where the petition shall be in substantially the same form currently available on file with the town clerk, or to take any other action relative thereto. Is there a second? On the motion, Mr. Cesare.
Yeah, we have a presentation. Thank you, Mr. Moderator and members of town meeting. John Struzeri, Director of Wastewater Operations, living at 20 Sunset Avenue. First of all, I'd like to commend the Assistant Director, Tom Molinari, for bringing this article forward. Tom has experience in municipal procurement, and he understands that other communities have done this type of special legislation that allows more flexible and integrated bidding for our public projects that we have. So he's brought this to our attention. We've discussed it with town council, and they also agree that this would be a good process for us to be undertaking. In the 9 years that I've been in this position, we've had to rebid 2 major capital projects because we have few contractors willing to bid on this type of work. And because of limited competition, the costs are higher. We need to rebid the projects. It results in more time, more costs, and we end up paying more for these types of projects. So we believe that this type of work will help us provide greater flexibility to move these projects forward. And by doing so, we'll get more competitive proposals and bids. Because the current process is just too rigid. There's not much flexibility in the current procurement provisions. And we believe this will apply mostly to the building type projects, work that we've been going on at the wastewater treatment facility, our pump stations, and even though this type of procurement will extend into the pipeline projects, We still believe that the current process for pipelines will be workable and will stay in place for that type of work. However, it does give us that flexibility to do so if we believe it is in our interest to do so. And overall, it will provide more cost efficiency, time efficiency, and we believe better innovative approaches and better use of technologies. The current approach is cumbersome. The current Massachusetts procurement provisions are over 50 years old. They're very rigid. They provide no flexibility. They're time-consuming, administrative, costly, and it doesn't provide and address the types of operation that we have running 24/7, being able to respond to emergencies or allow for other integrated approaches, meaning having flexibility to bid products that best suits our needs based on the value that we need to provide. And the benefits of the special legislation, again, primarily allowing us the flexibility to determine which type of procurement is best suits for the types of products that we have. We'll be able to focus on long-term approaches, innovative approaches, use of better technologies. It'll be more value-based rather than low bid-based, and we'll be able to improve the time and cost efficiency of getting our projects done, and it'll be less administrative burdens on it all. And by doing so, we'll be able to enhance the resiliency of our facility that we've been trying to focus on for the last number of years. And so with that, we know that other communities have also done this type of work. Provincetown, Plymouth, and Fall River are all using this, have all obtained the special legislation in using these different types of procurement approaches. And by doing so, we believe it's benefiting them, and we believe it can benefit us, and we want to be next. And I ask for your support.
Advisory board, please.
Chad Wolf, 53 Highland Ave, and Vice Chair of the Advisory Board. The Advisory Board is in support of this amendment. We see a lot of wisdom in providing additional flexibility to the sewer department in the town in their contracting. Increasingly, these are really specialized projects that require being able to take into consideration a lot of factors in addition to just the lowest cost. So we think this makes sense, and we urge favorable action.
Thank you. Mr. Suzeri, do you mind going back one slide so we don't have this current slide up during the course of the debate? Thank you. That's good. That's good. Thank you. Additional discussion on my right, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Through you. Michael Lyons, 12 Eastern Ave. I do have a question about when you do enter contracts, if this goes through. I think it's a great idea, by the way. Anything that can expedite the contract process at the state level would be amazing. And this would be very helpful. But when you do enter contracts, does the money that is paid come out of receipts of the sewer department? Or is that something a town meeting has to approve?
The money is from the capital projects that we get funded at town meetings. So part of our budget, if we have a bond, that has to come to town meeting for that bond authorization.
Okay.
However, like last night, we approved retained earnings. If we have excess retained earnings that we can apply towards a project like this, that money would be used for that where it's already been in our budget.
When you say retained earnings, you mean the $450,000?
That was from last night, and our goal is to build that retained earnings amount so we can fund products such as this, any of the products that we're talking about.
Retained earnings, is that another word for profit, basically?
It's revenue in excess of expenses, yes.
Right.
It's not profit.
You're not allowed to have a profit, right?
We are not. It's good, prudent administration process to have excess retained earnings in order to support the fund. And in fact, we're required to do so by the Department of Revenue to have at least 15% of our budget in retained earnings. And so that's all, that 15% is maintained, and whatever's in excess of that 15% would be used for these types of projects.
Is it out of the question at some point to use retained earnings or profits to possibly lower rates?
That is one option that's always available.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Any additional discussion? Excuse me, seeing no one standing.
Thank you. I'm still standing. Better than they. I wish I could remember the lyrics, but you know what I'm singing. You wouldn't like me to sing, I can assure you of that. I would like to applaud the town greatly for advancing this article, and I would urge a yes vote on it. And for those in Hull and for the town itself who have not yet read the Union of Concerned Scientists' report on the particular vulnerabilities of the Hull treatment plant, I would urge you to do so, and I would hope that in some manner we could be briefed by the town on how these improvements, once as they happen, relate to this important scientific study. Thank you very much.
Any additional discussion? Seeing no one, the vote will come on Article 29. If you're in favor of the special legislation to go before the general court allowing the sewer department to alter its contractual relationships, vote in the affirmative. If you're opposed to this, then you should vote in the negative. Voting is now open, and voting will be open for 30 seconds. Check your clickers. Voting will close in 5 seconds. Voting is now closed. By a vote of 191 to 17, the motion receives a 2/3 vote and passes.
Great, thank you.
Article 17. Article 17 can be found on page 8 of the warrant. Moved by the town manager, the town will vote to authorize the select board to accept an easement for 197 Nantasket Owner LLC or its successor in or a sign being a public use and access easement over a portion of 0 George Washington Boulevard, parcel ID 37-002, shown on the plan entitled Art Walk Easement Exhibit, on file with the town clerk for purposes of a pedestrian walkway for viewing art installations, and further to authorize the select board and other applicable town or Hull boards or personnel to take all related actions necessary to accomplish the purpose of this article. A second to the motion. Discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Chris Diorio, Town Planner. We have a couple slides with this. So this is the second easement that's being given from the Paragon development to the town. This easement basically allows a connection between the existing Art Walk section, which you can see here, across the Paragon development, which is in this area. So for those familiar with the area, there's a DCR parking lot here, Nantasket Avenue here, and the existing Art Walk is in this section, and that's on Horizon's property. For years, that hasn't been able to be accessed because the older owners of this property own this land that comes down through this way, and so it was blocked off for years. When this new project came through, the planning board required that they provide an easement connecting through to the DCR parking lot. And so that's what you have before you now. I think to move this forward, and here's the easement. The planning board approved this easement with the original plan. And so, we've been trying to get this easement passed for years here, so it's great to actually see it coming to fruition. Thank you.
Advisory Board, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening, everyone. Bob Carney, 45 Farina Road, member of the Advisory Board. Notice I didn't say fun-loving this time. After our public hearing on this matter, the Advisory Board unanimously recommends favorable action on this. I'm going to keep this simple. For those of you that were here last night, the arguments about the final easement are the same. The easement document will actually be prepared once the Select Board once this article passes. The Town Council will prepare it, Select Board will review it, and any other appropriate town bodies will review it, and then it'll go to record. Simply put, this is a public benefit. It's open space. It allows the public view of public art installations, and it allows the access, as Town Planner has shown. We urge favorable action on this. Thank you.
Any additional discussion? On my right, please.
Right, hi, thanks. My name is Bill Smythe, 1037 Nantasket Avenue, home of art on the avenue. And the first thing I want to say has nothing to do with this particular article. I'd like to commend, I've seen a lot of young folks, young people up here. They're intelligent, they're insightful, they're caring, breath of fresh air. Nice going. Okay, the art walk was basically, Jen, if you're over there, your town manager back in 2018-19, she was one who sort of developed this. She was sort of the wind underneath the art walk's wings. I was just sort of the muscle of the whole operation. And a lot of you guys have sort of asked me, what's happened to the art walk? The art walk is sort of a thread that goes between, right now, asphalt and metal and parking lots. And it's, some of you are aware of the art walk, you've been down it. Some of you haven't. I suspect some of you haven't even been there. I suspect some of you don't even know what it was until tonight. That's okay. You'll all go down there. But I've been asked because of the construction. The artwork was a thread. People walked down there. They walked their dogs, they walked their bikes, etc. It was to and fro. It was great. But we have storyboards on there, 6 of them. We have murals, 8 of them. We have statues. They're metal sculptures that are out there. We have buoy bursts. It's really pretty cool stuff. What I just want to sort of, as a matter of articulation, when regardless of how you stand on the Paragon Hotel, yay or nay, that's not the question. My job to make sure it was preserved. When the demolition guys came in, Hub Construction, and they were great, and I want to make sure that they didn't tear anything down, they didn't hurt anything, and they did a great job. I was on top of that. Then when the next project came in, I got involved as a project manager. I've been over there several times, and I've made sure that things were okay. He talked with me, make sure certain things were done. I was sort of the voice, the protective voice of the Art Avenue. And things will be great. And at some point, at the very end of this, and I'll wrap it up, as you walk down the art walk, for those who have, and you go down to the bottom on the right-hand side, there are 3 storyboards. And up to this point, there's been stuff on the other side, but at some point, it'll be cleared out. And so what I envision, and I'll have to go to Jen to double-check this, but I want to put 3 more storyboards on the back there. And at some point, there'll be some independent financing to make sure this thing keeps going on forever. At any rate, it's going to pass. I just want to say a few things. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. In the center, please.
Lisa French, 47 Rockaway. I've watched this quite a bit. It's a good thing. It's a very good thing to accept this easement. I think this is a little less confusing and concerning than the other for the conduit. However, I do want to hear from representatives on the planning board, because when I watched those meetings, I did not hear what was described. I did not hear them approve this. I didn't hear them discuss this. So I don't really know if that happened. One thing, I wish that there had been more input by the planning board in this process in negotiating this easement. And even though it's a gift, because this is a public access it's more important than just the walkway, or I mean the art walk. It is the only pedestrian access from George Washington over to the beach right there. And there are not a lot of other ways to walk through, especially with the new development. If you cannot walk through here, you're walking all the way down to the Wharf Avenue, or all the way back to Rockland Circle to go back to the beach. It's critically important as a public access. The thing that I wish had been negotiated a little more carefully is that if you are in the DCR parking lot, if you're actually parking there to go to the beach, and you walk down to the beginning of that access there, when you look over towards the beach area, you will not be able to see it. You will not know the beach is over there if you don't live here, if you're not familiar with it. When you look over there across that walkway there, you're going to see a fence. You can't actually look down through the art walk until you walk into the middle of the driveway, what would be the driveway entrance for their parking. And even then, when you look straight down there, you're going to see their building, and you're going to see an opening, but you will not see anything that looks like the beach. And there will be nothing that will be showing newcomers that this is the way to the public beach. I don't know that anything can be done about that at this point. I wouldn't vote.
Point of order.
This.
Point of order, sir.
What is the point of order?
It's not germane to the topic. We're voting on an easement. We're talking about views. We're talking about how it could have been negotiated better. We've been here for 4 nights.
Thank you for your point of order. Would you please try and focus on the...
Yeah, I wouldn't vote. I will probably vote for this because I don't really see a downside, except that I just have to remark that I think this could have been coordinated better, and there are no other public access easements through this development. All of the open space, there are no public access easements. They can close them off anytime.
Please try to focus on it. Thank you. On my left.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. David Kellum, 2 Marina Drive. My concern was similar to Ms. French's in that the language of the easement request was limited to access for viewing art on the art walk, and it didn't seem to allow as well just general pedestrian access. And I'm wondering and don't know if it was intended that general pedestrian access be allowed by the grantor of the easement, or whether the deal with the developer is only to allow access into the art walk. I suppose from a practical standpoint, there aren't going to be art walk police there preventing people from walking all the way through and to get to the beach. So it really may be a minor de minimis point, but if the intent is for general pedestrian access, which would be fantastic, and that is so originally when the access was created by Horizons pursuant to their Chapter 91 licensing, the idea was to create an access from Nantasket Avenue and the beach all the way down to George Washington Boulevard. So I think I'm repeating myself now, but I guess if the deal with the developer and the intent of the planning board was to allow general pedestrian access, then I think a substitute motion would be in order to add the words general pedestrian access after the words for the purpose of art walk access. Something like that. So it's really a question, and the answer to the question may make a substitute motion appropriate.
It was meant to be a public use and access easement. That's the goal of this.
So in that case, Mr. Moderator, if I could see the language of the motion, I would like to make a substitute motion.
Can we put the language up for the motion, please?
Public use and access easement.
Yeah, on the where in quotations, it says Art Walk Easement Exhibit on file with the town clerk. The next phrase is for purposes of a pedestrian walkway for viewing art installations. I would make a substitute motion that adds the words for viewing art installations or general pedestrian access. I would just add those three words to it.
Well, you need that in writing.
Be happy to provide it. Is there a motion form complete?
Yep, come on up here and.
Thank you.
All right, so the discussion, is there a second to the substitute motion?
Second.
All right. So discussion will basically focus on adding the terminology for general public access. And we'll get it up in the thing for a minute. I think we can continue discussion on it. I really forget exactly where I was. But right now we're on the substitute motion. So, in the center, please.
Shannon Kacharovich, 1011 Avalon Drive. I just want to highlight for everyone the comparison and contrast between the previous article about mentioning eminent domain and this concept of an easement coming up again in the approach. The reason why this matters is because my property has been stolen from me and used in different ways that it shouldn't have. Had I been approached directly to talk through how to use it, we'd all have access to it, and I promise you and guarantee you it's better than what this looks like. So approaching people up front, asking them how their property can and should be used, and not expecting a gift out of it, but allowing the owner to be able to describe all the benefits and also sharing the ideas from different purposes and use cases you might have is how conversation and debate goes.
Right.
After sitting down for a few minutes, like the previous article that came up, I just want to remind everybody that the Constitution, I can easily make first, second, third,
Can we
fifth,
focus?
and
Can we
eighth
focus on the
amendment
motion that's in front of us, please?
We can.
Thank you.
But this is connected to personal property and public use of said property. And I want to make sure that people understand what this means and that the right to own a business can be easily usurped in different ways, and it is not
All right,
always a
thank you.
Point of order?
What is your point of order?
Never mind.
Gladly. How are we coming with that motion? I thought we were adding like 2 words.
He's a lawyer.
So we have 2 attorneys sitting there working on a motion that requires two words in it. So we'll be recessed for the next 45 minutes. No, I'm not kidding. All right, so after the words pedestrian walkway, we would be inserting the words public access and. All right, so it would read, if I have this correct. For purposes of a pedestrian walkway for viewing art installations and public access, and continuing the rest of the document. It's going to take a minute to get that up on the screen. I mean, the gist of it really is what you're adding is the terminology associated with making it public access walkway in addition to just the artwork walkway. Would that be a fair description of your intention of your motion?
That's exactly it.
Thank you. Any additional discussion on the motion? substitute motion. All right. As soon as we get it up, we'll vote on it. If that were to pass, that becomes the original new motion. Then we would have to go back and vote again on the motion as amended. Amendment to Article 17, accept the easement at 197 Nantasket, owner LLC, Artwork Pedestrian Walkway. After the words pedestrian walkway, add public access and. I'm going to open the voting on this for 30 seconds. The voting is now open. If you're in favor of this as amended, please vote in the affirmative. If you oppose, please vote in the negative. Voting will close in 5 seconds. Voting is now closed. By a vote of 204 to 6, the amendment to the motion now passes. The vote will now come to the motion as amended, which was basically the addition of the words pedestrian walkway. So the voting is now open. Voting is open for 30 seconds. If you're in favor of accepting the easement.
Aren't we discussing still? You did the substitute motion?
We're back to the original main motion, so yes, you can speak to it.
Okay, so there's no voting happening now? I was going to see if you could put the plan back up, please. This. The plan that has like the artwork exhibit, is that up here, Chris? This plan. Okay, that one, yep. Okay. How do you do the pointer? Okay.
Point of order, the speaker needs to identify herself.
Oh yes, Cindy Borges, Nantasket Avenue. I'm a member of the planning board. Suppose I'm speaking as a citizen. So the issues that I see with this plan is right here. It says artwork easement. It doesn't say art walk easement. And in the grant of easement, the draft grant of easement that is to go before the select board, it has a reference in it to a plan entitled Art Walk Easement Exhibit dated February 18th, 2025. So I have said all along, if this could, are we looking at the right plan? I'm assured that we are. So I asked if the grant of easement could be corrected to reflect the correct date, and that has not happened in months. So these are things that make me feel uncomfortable. I'm very happy that an easement is being provided, but I feel like this grant of easement has so many issues with it that we should be concerned.
Point of order, Mr. Moderator.
What is your point of order, please?
This isn't the grant of easement. This is the authority for the select board to accept an easement. The easement will be drafted, which will include the legal document and draft and grant of the easement. This is not the grant. This is an article approving the select board's right to accept an easement, which will be drafted by attorneys.
Okay.
Thank you for that point of order.
All right, well, I have a problem with voting on something that the title just says is not even reflective of what the project is, and that's not, and the willingness not to correct it. According to Attorney Winter, we're supposed to be very careful with documents that are recorded, that they are recorded correctly. And in this case, this one only refers to one parcel in the plan, and it has 3 addresses here, has the wrong date, and it says the wrong title. So those are my issues with this, besides that the grant of easement has an expiration of 2 years to use it. Thank you.
Point of order. I'm sorry to keep doing this. It says draft on the plan. I'm going to trust that the town council will actually do it right, and if not, we can come back and chastise him.
On my right, please.
Ed Parsons, 163 Nantasket Avenue. Call the question.
Motion is made to call the question. It is not debatable. It requires a two-thirds vote. It ends debate if it were to pass. All those in favor of calling the question, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, it is a vote. Vote now comes on the original motion as amended, which was adding the words in pedestrian access, or whatever they were 15 minutes ago. So I'm going to open the voting for 30 seconds. If you're in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Voting yes. If you're opposed, please do so by voting no. Although voting is now open, and it's open for 30 seconds. Voting will close in 5 seconds. Voting is now closed. By a vote of 210 to 5, the motion for Article 17 passes. Article 26, be found on page 15 of the warrant. Moved by the town manager that $4 million is appropriated for the purpose of closing the town hall facility located at 253 Atlantic Ave and to complete the relocation of town hall offices to 81 Central Ave, including the payment of costs incidental or related thereto, that the town manager is authorized to contract for and expend any grants and authorized to contract for and expend any grants and gifts or other aid available for the project, which shall be expended in addition to the amount appropriated by this vote, that to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow $4 million under Chapter 44 of the general laws or any other enabling authority, and that the select board is authorized to take any other action necessary or convenient to carry out these projects. Is there a second to the motion? Thank you. Motion is made and seconded. Town manager, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I just wanted to provide a brief background on the project, and then I do have the town's OPM, or Owner's Project Manager, that has a brief presentation. So there's been a lot of discussion, I know, about the initial allocation or approval for funding for this project of $3 million. The town still has that $3 million. There was an initial expenditure that was made to replace the portico, which is the front of the building that happened to be separating. The town needed to complete a memorandum of agreement with the school department, the school committee, and that did finalize on or about May 2024 when the initial funding was received. Due to the scale of the project, the town was required under Massachusetts procurement law to procure an OPM for the project before it got underway with any of the design or securing an architect. So that request for qualifications was posted on March 2025. July 2025, the town contracted with the winning bidder, which is PCA 360, to serve as the town's owner's project manager. The RFQ, or request for qualifications, was posted for architectural services in July of 2025. September of 2025, there was a contract finalized with the architects BH+A. September 25 through February of 26, there was a space needs assessment conducted, stacking plans developed, department programming layout, and revised programming plans developed. So in other words, the architects and the OPM met with staff. They did a needs assessment of, or a needs analysis, excuse me, of the existing town hall. They did a needs assessment of the middle school after meeting with department heads a number of times to understand their space needs and refine those space needs. In March of 2026, we had a schematic design estimate which indicated that the project needed an additional $4 million in order to complete the project, the construction, and the relocation. And that brings us to today, May 2026, in asking town for the additional $4 million. I'm happy to answer any questions on that, but I'd like to turn it over to Brian LaRoche from PCA 360 to provide some details in the additional costs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, citizens of Hull. I'm happy to present to you this project update. As town manager mentioned, we've gotten to this point. We're at the end of schematic design. We have enough detail to be able to estimate the project and put together a complete budget for the project, which I'll present to you in just a moment. I don't need to go over it. Town manager explained the schedule, how we got up to this point. So after tonight, with the approval of the additional appropriation, the project will be able to proceed forward with the remainder of the design so that we can get to a point where we can get the project out to bid. Our plan is to be bidding the project late summer and awarding in the month of September. And then we have a period of time to procure submittals and materials and so forth before we get started, but construction will happen fall into early winter with the idea that occupancy will be spring of 2027. In order to, we looked at many different options for how we could configure town hall, and we looked at many different options for how we could work within different budgets. What we found after studying different options, the best is this particular one that I'm going to explain to you now. The town departments, we were able to, with the programming, fit them into a tighter area. The existing town hall occupies about 24,000 square feet. The layout that we have is about 30,000 square feet in the middle school. And by really right-sizing the departments into the space, building walls, removing walls, and fitting them in, we're able to reserve about 18,000 square feet of other space that's unused. And we know that the town would like to consider maybe some sort of a community use in the other portion of the building. So the design sort of accommodated that. And so in order to get to that point, we had to do more modifications to the building than just fit the departments into existing spaces. So this approach is to do that. Also to make sure that we're building out the town offices for 30 years. We want to make sure that we're not leaving the spaces like I have here on the screen with the VCT floors and a lot of the casework. We can actually make this space look like an office and be a professional town hall space. So the part of the cost of the project is to make the fit and finish appropriate for civic use, remove the lockers or cover them in the hallways, and make space for public art within the hallways of the building. And then other things that we want to do is make sure that we're providing a building that's going to be used 12 months out of the year rather than a school, which is only during the cooler months. So air condition all the office areas so that town hall has an appropriate environment for the office use. So we feel that we've come up with a solution that is a long-term appropriate use of this building and allows for other flexible uses within it. So I'll show you briefly the plans, but I want to show you the budget first. So I could not create a complete budget for the project until we got to this point. So we used the professional estimator that was hired by the architect to prepare the cost for construction. But we have other costs too for the project. We have soft costs. We have the project management, which is our company. We have BH plus A plus their team, which includes engineers and so forth. So that's on the left side of the screen. And just in the interest of time, I won't go through all the details, but we'll make sure that this presentation is available publicly, and we're happy to answer any questions. On the right at the top, other project costs, we have furniture. None of the furniture from Town Hall is really appropriate for a new building. So it would be all new furniture for this, for the Town Hall. And then we have technology, computers, audio-visual, and so forth, and move costs. So this is how we were able to complete a total project budget for you in just a little over $7 million. And let me just show you briefly, because I know the interest of time, lowest level of the plan, the South Shore Collaborative is using the areas in the lower part of the screen that are in purple. Gray is what we're reserving for multi-purpose use or future community. The green is storage, a new vault for the vital records of the town. The main level, when you come in the front door of the middle school, which is on the right, when you enter the door and go to the left, those are the town hall functions. Come in the door, go to the right, that is what we're reserving for community use. So that way the building has a nice organization. The purple are meeting spaces. We have a lot of flexibility built into the plan for the future, and also to make sure we have plenty of meeting space areas available with technology for hosting Zoom meetings in each of those meeting rooms. On the upper level, the top right corner is the hearing room, a much larger space for the large meetings. This would have Hull TV broadcasting capability. Plus we have another, in the lower left-hand corner, another large space that has a lot of flexibility that can also be used for other meetings. So you can see sprinkled around different sizes. That way different boards and committees have space available in the new town hall to meet. That is a problem right now, and we feel we've solved this in the new layout. The goal with the plan was to give a lot of flexibility and allow for adaptation over time for the town to, departments either to grow or pull back. So we have built all that in here for the future. So with that, I will stop my presentation in the interest of time.
Thank you. Advisory board, please.
Jason Frady, Chair of the Advisory Board. We do recommend favorable action on this article unanimously. This project scope gives the town what it needs for the next 30 years in a town hall. It gives us meeting spaces. It gives us appropriate office spaces. I'm sorry, but if you've been into town hall to see town manager and you walk in, you'll see the assistant town manager first, in a position that looks like she may be the actual town manager's assistant, with the town manager's assistant in another office entirely. We don't have enough space in town hall. This will correct all of that. It'll give us several meeting rooms, community space, and hopefully a community space for. It'll also give us space for the senior center. I urge you to vote in favor of this. It's a complete plan. It looks great to me. Let's vote favorable action on this.
Additional discussion on my right, please.
Randy Gould, 2 Cushing Street in the Village. Just a couple of questions. One is, what is your company's experience in this type of project?
We just completed a project for the town of Middleton, which is a very similar size to Hull. There are about 10,000 townspeople. And this particular building that we just completed also has a community center function. So it's almost an identical project to what we have here. So again, we're not the designers. I happen to be an architect, so I am sort of influencing sort of the direction of the project, but we do have BH+A, which are our designers on this. They also have extensive experience in municipal.
So this is not your first project?
No, it is not.
Okay. The other thing was, not having been in that school since the 7th grade, I know there's like 12-foot ceilings in there from what I can remember. But I was just wondering with the utilities that you are going to have to put in, because from when I know the school was done over back in 2000 or sometime like that, and you have to upgrade the electrical, you're going to have to, I don't think you'll have to upgrade the plumbing because there were like, at the time, 800 kids in that school when I was there. So, but other things come into play is the HVAC. Is that going to be a centralized unit with zones? It's not going to be window units or anything like that?
That's correct.
And, right.
We're proposing a centralized system for air conditioning. There'd be rooftop units, and we probably would have not just one, but maybe 4 because of the distribution and the layout of the building. But generally speaking, these are larger units, very efficient, no window units. We do not have to upgrade the electric. There's capacity that exists in the system. We don't have to upgrade plumbing or sewer. The building is in amazing shape. The school department has really maintained it very well. It was opened in 2003, so it's in very good shape.
And the other thing about electrical, from what I remember of the place, it was all cinder block. Is everything going to be surface mounted? Are you going to have false walls to hide all the conduits and the technological wiring and all that stuff?
Yeah, the HVAC system uses refrigeration lines, so they're small, so we don't have to drive a lot of ductwork through the building. There's a drop ceiling, so we can keep everything concealed above the ceiling, and we use what we call cassettes that hang in the ceiling itself.
And that'll take care of the whole building?
At the town hall function, yes.
You know, so like from what I remember, there was a large auditorium, and they had the gym underneath it. Will those be air conditioned also?
We're keeping the scope of this project to just the town hall.
All right. So the collaborative is still in there, so they won't receive any upgrades in heating or?
They're a separate tenant within the building. I do not know about their space.
Okay, thank you.
In the center, please.
Michelle Proud, Whitehead Ave. I just have some questions. You said that, I couldn't see it from the back, but you said the budget currently is a little over 7 million, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and then there was something about the remainder of design will go out for bidding around September. So is that going to be, will there be additional funds that are necessary when the additional design comes in?
No, this is a complete budget to finish the project. So we have all of the cost on the left top are for the design team, or sorry, bottom left is for the design team, $337,600. We already have them under contract for that. That's to bring us all the way through to close out on the project.
So who's bidding then? I don't understand what the bidding.
The bidding is for construction. So we have to get the drawing design up to a level to bid documents so we can go out in the street and bid out to a general contractor to do all the fit out work.
So you just have a budget line item for what they're bidding? Is that?
Yeah, so under the right-hand side, construction costs, $5,252,462. We used the architect hired an estimator to take the design plans and the scope and put together a construction estimate. That is what that number is.
I guess what I'm really getting at is, you know, just the way the world goes now, and think cost is growing up and up and up and up. Is there a scenario where we might be back here a year from now, the project's not done because we need more money, or we have to have a special town meeting for more money?
I certainly hope not. So we have contingencies built into this budget. So you can see I have a hard cost contingency, that's for construction. Mm-hmm. So we built in about $500,000 to deal with any unforeseens or things that happen. Mm-hmm. So we're carrying 10% of construction. We do that on existing buildings because we can't see behind walls. There are things we might not know. And so that's why I have that there. We also have a soft cost contingency for any of the other project costs. So we feel like we built a budget that I can work within, barring any added scope that might be added later on that I can't foresee. I believe we have it all covered here.
Okay, again, I just want to emphasize that construction costs are one of the things that have gone up exponentially because of, you know, the current energy situation. So I guess the other questions that I have, I'm going to direct to the front here. So I have not made a tally. This came up last night, I think. We have a lot of bonds that we've put together. I didn't add it all up, but it's this 4 million plus several other million, like 400 here, 400 there, throughout the entirety of this warrant. We've had a lot of. I would love if somebody, you don't have to answer me right now, but if somebody could give me a tally of what those bonds are. We talked about the percentage of, you know, it can't go over the certain percentage, 10% of the total town budget. So these don't have, you don't have to give me an answer right now, but I would like an answer on these. What is the total of bonding that we're looking for in all of town meeting if they all pass together? We're just about that point now. How much in bonding are we doing in this meeting, in this total town meeting? And then if somebody could just explain the bonding process and like, how are we paying these back? Like how, I vaguely remember from when we did this with the schools and so forth, but the bonds are year after year, they'll be part of the town budget going forward. And I just want to understand what the total cost is going to be for townspeople like me that plan to live out our natural lives here. And the last two things I want to say is it's beautiful. And I do truly believe that the right thing to do is if we're going to do a new building, like let's do it right. Let's invest in ourselves and our future in the town now. I would ask though, you know, we have heard at every town meeting for literally decades that the old town hall is falling apart. It's in disrepair because it was not maintained. And I would like to know what the maintenance plan is for this new building because we need to take care of it. We need to have it forever. Thank you.
Mr. Buckley, you want to try and answer quickly the question relative to bonding?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Michael Buckley, Town Accountant. I'll try to take care of the debt question. The town, in general fund debt, has outstanding about $28 million. Through the 4 nights of this town meeting, there's been proposed to borrow $8.1 million in total. And some of that debt will be short-term. The ambulance, for instance, will borrow for 5 years. This project, we could borrow between 20 and 25 years. Probably the first couple will do what's called level debt, and which is like a mortgage payment. And then once we get further into it, we'll probably do level principal. We typically, can't promise, but we'll typically sell for about 3%. And we try to keep our debt less than 10% of our operating budget, and we feel comfortable with that.
Thank you.
To my left, please.
Hello, Erwin Nessoff, 165 North Troy Street, Chair of the Select Board. I'm speaking as an individual. First, I just would ask folks, if you've been to Town Hall, you see the condition that it's in. This working conditions for our staff are substandard. There's no storage. The place is just not a place where people should carry on professional business, nor where people should come to. The building itself is irreparable. If we were to try to repair and remodel Town Hall, the budget would be significantly more than this. If we were to build a new Town Hall, it would be significantly more than this. So this budget represents, first it's a 30-year build out. So we're amortizing it, as Mike Buckley, Treasurer, just said, over 20 to 25 years. The life of the project is designed for a 30-year build out, which comes out to less than $250,000 a year to have a decent town hall that we can be proud of in town. Also, as was mentioned the other night, we have over 18 working committees in town with no place to meet. We have the hearing room in Town Hall, and we have 2 small rooms upstairs that have file cabinets and other things in them. So committees don't have adequate places to meet. Also, what was mentioned the other night was about technology. Technology is built into this. So as you saw in the plan, there are 3 meeting places and 1 hearing room. One of the complaints we get when we have hearings is that people have to stand out in the hall. This will more than double the capacity of the hearing room that we have now. So for the town, for our staff, for all our committees, and for everybody that lives in this town and is going to be doing business in this town for the next 30 years, I urge a yes vote on this. We'll have something that we can be proud of, and we'll have a facility that looks more like a town hall than a school once the work is done. Thank you.
On my right, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Chris Sweeney, 219 Atlantic Ave. This is for the architect. Is that the architect?
I'm the owner's rep.
Owner's rep? Yes, I want to know, is this $4 million that we're voting on tonight, is that for the AC for the building, most of that money?
Not all of it, no.
Could you tell me how much?
The air conditioning portion of it is about $2 million.
$2 million?
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you. Sorry.
The Senate, please.
Regina McCullough, 42 Summit. Brian, my first question is for you. So do you have printouts of that were out front and I missed them, or were we supposed to read that from here?
I do not have printouts.
Okay, that's not good on you or the town manager. That would have been very helpful to most of us to have had. And so if you do it for another town meeting or for another town, it would have been very helpful. The scope of the project, as I understand it, is for the town hall, but I also understand that there's 3 floors, I'm going to say on the top of all the screens, that there's a large area that doesn't seem to be covered by what's being done, but it's highly likely that at least one is going to be a senior center or a town community or something. And I don't understand why we're not addressing that now, because as the town accountant told us, and I guess this is more to the town manager, but the town accountant's telling us that this 7.1 million will be for the next 20 or 25 years. But I'm not sure 7 million's enough if we're going to get the senior center in there too, and within the next 5 years we're going to have to be addressing a police and a fire station. It doesn't seem prudent to do this building and not make sure that the AC and the electrical will cover the other town facility, town-owned facilities that we know are going to be in that building. Is it being addressed at all?
Yes, so a couple of things. First, Regina, the budget is actually online. It's on the website under town projects. You can find the scenario budgets located there, and it has been up for some time, or at least since April. As for the projects, as you've heard me say, I think a few times this week, the town has a series of very large projects ahead of it, and it's going to have some significant decisions to make in terms of which projects to advance. The senior center, this town body allocated $100,000 to explore that potential relocation in subsequent years. For now, to keep costs down, knowing that we're moving the town hall over to the middle school, and to contain costs to this project, I mean, that's the only reason why. So what if we decide to go forward with the senior center, that would be part of that project. The AC costs or construction costs for the senior center will be built into that specific project.
So are the AC units that are being, the 3 or 4, as Brian said, that are going on the roof of this building, are those going to accommodate at least one of the 3 floors for a town-owned operation that's going to go in there? Or are we going to bring more contractors up and they're going to say, the load on the roof is too much to have 6 units, we can only have the 4. Oh, shoot, now we can't do that. That's what I'm concerned about. We've got an OPM, we're paying the money, and they want to be sure that he or his company and our town employees act in the entire town's interest for a long run for a minimum of 30 years.
Yep. So I think to partially answer your question, the building consists of the ground floor, first floor, and second floor, 3 floors in total. The second floor will be all town hall offices. That will be fully air conditioned.
Okay.
The first floor, that main floor, will be, I don't know, 2/3 AC'd, where the town hall offices will be located.
So we're not buying enough units for the roof to accommodate anything more than the total second floor and 2/3 of the first floor. And I thought like the town meeting room was on the 3rd floor, so don't we have that AC as well, Brian?
Yes, so there is an existing air conditioning unit that serves the library now. So that has capacity to be able to accommodate the hearing room area and the town manager's offices. So we are utilizing that. And then the first floor, there's the original school office is what we're saying could be future other use. That has an air conditioning unit as well. That's not an area that we're touching. That unit still remains. But there is other, so we were retained, and the architect were retained to design town hall. During the design process, we were asked to see if it was possible to allow for the potential for future community use, but that was not part of the charge or what we were hired for or what we hired the architect for. Our job was town hall, relocate town hall into this building. We saw a benefit once we started figuring out the layout and how we could stack everything, that we could leave about 18,000 if you count the auditorium and the gym and all the other support spaces. It seemed like it was a good fit for community use, and that's what we suggested, and that's why we're sort of keeping out of that area. We were trying to be very specific to town hall because of the budget. You know, the original appropriation, $3 million to get the project started. We're doing our very best to keep the number as low as possible. Okay. And that's why we presented to you what we think is a fair budget.
Two more things.
Your time for questioning is up.
Okay, just
Your
one
time
question.
your time for questioning is up.
Just one question.
Your time for questioning,
You
ma'am,
promise
is
we'll
up.
fill the unit next April?
Thank you. On the left, please.
Thank you. Susan Mann, 109 Manomet Avenue. I believe that the middle school is currently in a flood zone, so I am wondering whether you've taken that into account, and have you done anything to improve the resiliency and lessen the flooding risk?
Yes, it is in a flood zone. It's in an AE 10. The lowest level is at elevation about 14 and a half. So we have looked at that. So we're more than 4 feet above floodplain, which is what you designed for. So
Are you talking about the second floor?
No, we're talking about the lowest level that potentially subject to flooding.
Okay. So nothing else is needed? That's what you're saying?
Nope. No, per the building code, design flood elevation, we're well in excess of that for the lowest level of the building.
Okay.
Thank you. To my left, please.
Mr. Moderator, if I may.
Do you have a point of order?
I have some information about that question about the flood zone.
I believe it was just answered. Thank you. On my left,
Not
please.
correctly.
Then make your point of order, Mr. Kelly.
Rachel Gerald, 170 Spring Street. I just wanted to speak to this article because I feel like I would do a disservice to my staff, my coworkers, and myself if I do not speak up for all of us. We are thankful you guys are all here to talk about this, but I just want to bring a couple points that are important to this. We use window ACs currently. They are very loud, they are not effective, and we cannot properly make phone calls, take meetings in our offices with those window ACs. They're very distracting, and they don't allow for good office work. So I understand that this amount is quite a lot, and as a taxpayer, I get that that can be scary, but I do hope you can think of the people that are working in the building every day, that are trying their best to provide good work to townspeople, and continuing in these conditions. Additionally, after talking to multiple people in town, I do think it's important to note that having nice town facilities is welcoming to residents and people coming from out of town. I travel a lot for my children's sports events, and it's very discouraging when you go to other towns and they have beautiful town facilities and we do not. And I understand the point that we might not have kept up with it over time, but we're in 2026 and we cannot go back in time now. We're at town meeting right now to try and move forward. So as a town body, I do hope that we can move forward and give our town, our townspeople in Hull a chance at being as good, if not better, than other towns. Thank you.
In the center, please.
I'm in favor of this article, but I have some questions. One is that, I'm Kathy Bittler at 6 Holbrook Ave. One question is, I saw somewhere that said the ADA costs have not yet been included in this. Did I see that?
You did. That is correct. So a desire of the project would be to have accessibility through the front door. Right now, the building, the way it's accessed, the elevator serves all 3 floors. You enter at the ground level to the right of the main stair. So it's definitely something we would like to do, but because of budget concerns, it was a nice to have. Right now, we do comply with ADA access to the building. So what we talked about is writing a grant application. The state has money available each year, $250,000 for municipalities. So we were going to submit a grant application and see if we could find other sources of funds to be able to do that portion of it.
And that's to get those who are disabled to the front door. What about a good-sized elevator for people who perhaps have a large wheelchair, motorized wheelchair?
The school has a full-size stretcher code compliant elevator.
Okay. The second is that are all the meeting spaces that were in green on the map, are all those going to be in part of the central air conditioning? They're on both floors?
Yes.
Okay. Would that be a good spot for us to add some of that technology for recording all meetings that we talked about yesterday? And we might need additional funding to make sure that, I don't know if they're owls or little recording devices or whatever they are, to make sure those are included in this plan, and that what we are talking about in terms of the other 2 articles can be absolutely facilitated by any group meeting in any of these spaces. That was just an observation.
Thank you.
And then is there any proper closure that needs to happen to the existing town hall? Is that going to be additional money to properly close? I know the police are still there and the attractive jail, but is there any closure costs for existing town hall?
Not included in this $7 million. We do have some rolling capital items, so that's going to take us, a series of steps to close the building, and dependent upon the future uses of it, and I don't mean any permanent future uses, but in this current year's capital budget, we have a rolling capital budget where we cover things that we know we do on an annual basis. For example, replacing police cruisers, to replace the heating units in the police department, specifically the garage and the jail cells. That's part of it. And then we also need to determine, are we capping off the water to the top floor of the building? Is it better to keep it heated? So some of that work still needs to be determined.
And will we be putting that out for bid for us to, and with recommendations of a project manager, for us to determine what is required to close the existing town hall and how much that will cost?
No, for those, for that type of service, we would not likely go out to bid.
Okay, okay, but we haven't
Just
yet
for-
estimated what this cost will be.
Yeah, and just for clarification, under state law for a building project, if
Right.
we're 1.5 million or over, that triggers certain actions
Right.
that we need to take on a project.
Okay, so we don't need to worry about that. All right, thank you.
On my right, please.
Thank you. Moraiba Reyes, 17 Q Street. I'm speaking on my private behalf. I've spent over 25 years doing budget and planning, and most recently I have done very big projects, facility projects in the corporate world. So Brian, thank you for bringing this information. If you can please put the budget back slide. I just want to point out certain things. It's not a real question, it's more about clarifying some things. When you see these kind of budgets and you see hard cost and soft cost includes things like furniture and things of, beyond construction or general contractor, which he explained very well. So to some of the questions that we see in social media and people approaching with not understanding, what is in here and what is not here, this budget will include, and I think you said 10% of contingency where they can make changes and handle change orders, which changes are going to happen within the big number. And so for a lot of people, when they said, well, they're gonna come back and tell us that there was not enough. Contingencies are built within that budget, especially in things like furniture. You can have things that are day one necessarily to move in, and then day two, which means things that you can get after, right? And for me, the question will be, and this is probably for town manager, day two items, things that are not part of the construction, are things that you are already thinking for next year budgets that are within the same departments or within the departments to make sure that those things are taken care of. I just want to address that in this crowd because a lot of the times when people talk about AV, are we going to get all the AV equipment we need? That could be day one, but they can also be day two, meaning next year budget.
Sure. Throughout the course of the work, we're always working to this number. I mean, my goal as a project manager is to deliver you a project on time, on budget. And so as we're going through the process, yes, sometimes when it comes to furniture and maybe the purchases for technology, as I see where the numbers are headed in construction, I might have to make some adjustments. So if we have 8 meeting rooms, maybe I don't fit out 2 of them with TVs and the cameras for Zoom. But those are judgments that we'll make. Same for furniture. I agree, day one, day two, we're going to go out with the procurement, bid out the furniture. We're going to get the minimum we need. We'll get moved in, and then we may place another order to supplement. But we don't want to order too much. We're always working very hard to hit the numbers. It's my job is to bring this project in on budget.
Thank you. I support this. I mean, this is, again, we heard it many times. This is a great budget. Thank you. Great presentation. I support it.
In the center, please.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. Polly Rowe, 99 Rockview Road. First of all, I would be remiss if I did not thank our town manager, an esteemed professional, and all the staff with whom she has worked and directed over time. As one who regularly watches the select board meetings, I know there has been a tremendous, tremendous amount of time, energy, work invested in this process and doing it correctly for the sake of the town. So that's number one. Number two, as some of these things have already been stated, this move is an absolute necessity and it's long overdue. So we might as well do it right the first time. As someone else has already stated, we all know everything, the costs of everything are going up, and some of those costs exponentially. So now is the time to do this. And most importantly, we owe it to our town employees to give them, to provide for them a quality and contemporary, that means current, workplace, whomever those town employees may be. And this also applies to our upcoming proposal for a new joint fire and police public safety building. We owe it to our town employees. Let's think long-term. This building, well, at least it's going to outlast me and probably most of the people in this room. So let's be thinking long-term, not short-term, big picture. And I will vote for this, and I urge everyone to do the same. Thank you.
To my right, please.
Sarah Ventitulo, 902 Nantasket Ave. I have a couple of questions. The couple of existing ACs that you spoke of, what is the useful life on those?
Good question. The useful life is soon, so good point. But those are units that can be rebuilt, so it's controls, coils, and things like that. So it was acknowledged that they are nearing their useful life, but the repair and maintenance of them could be an operations cost.
Okay, yeah, thank you. It's one of those things that you don't get the answer unless you ask the question. Are there green practices and reuse involved? So the character of the existing building was a school use, but it's a historic building. Have you thought about keeping the flooring, using some existing furniture? What sort of plans, if I said to you cut 10%, could you? This is, I'm sure, beautiful, but you can always, I know you have a contingency, that's great. You can always sharpen the pencil.
Sure. We are going to probably keep flooring in the corridors, but carpet the offices for acoustics. So we are looking at measures at every step of the project to save where we can.
Mm-hmm. And my final question is, I'm wondering about, the building is in the flood zone. Is the ground level in the flood zone? And is Bartley able to answer that?
Yeah, Commissioner, if you would.
So the building's in flood zone AE, elevation 10. I believe the ground level, first floor walking into the cafeteria is above base flood elevation. The gymnasium is below base flood elevation. That's in back, there's an entrance in the back, but that's one of the high spots in that area. I don't have the map in front of me. I'll take a look and I'll get back to you on the actual elevation there.
Thank you. And was the gymnasium in the current use plan, or the?
Not for town hall function.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. I just appreciate being able to ask the questions, and we have a $7 million budget. Do we need to spend all of that? Could we tighten things up?
Thank you. To my right, on the left side of the auditorium, please.
Irma Lefeva, 78 Kemburma Street. I have a couple of questions. I'm concerned about the seniors, and I want to know when and if we are going to be moving, and if not, they keep buying more furniture and more furniture. Why are they spending money when we don't know where we're going to end up?
We do not have a definitive answer on the senior center. As I stated, and if you were here over the week, Irma, the town body supported $100,000 to explore the relocation of the senior center. As to why the senior center is currently buying furniture, I don't know specifically what they're purchasing that you're referring to, but I'm going to venture to guess that it's meeting the current needs and at least the next year or two a furniture need at the senior center.
They must have 300 chairs. What do they
Mr.
need?
Moderator?
This isn't germane really to the discussion.
My second question is, you have $3 million. Have you been getting interest on that money? Because it should be more than $3 million accumulated.
Yes, we are.
What is the figure?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Michael Buckley, Town Accountant. We are getting interest on that money we have from day one. Our current rate is about 3.5% through the state. However, that money does not go to the project. That interest income goes to the general fund per Mass General laws.
It should be going for this, so
excuse-
we don't have to give $4 million again.
The question was asked and answered, please. I mean, he doesn't have any control over that. We can stay germane to the issue at hand, which is the expenditure of $4 million
And can we
for
call
the new
for the
building.
question?
You can't because you already got up to speak, ma'am, I'm sorry. In the center, please.
Amy Hyde, 60 Vautrinot Avenue. Let's call the question.
Motion has been made to call the question. It is not debatable, requires a two-thirds vote. If you're in favor of calling the question, ending discussion, and going directly to a vote, then you should vote in the affirmative. If you're opposed, then you should vote in the negative. I'm going to try and do this by a voice vote. All those in favor by calling the question, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? No. It is a vote. The vote will now come. If we could pull up the...
Point of order.
What is your point of order?
I would like to request a digital vote on this, since it requires a two-thirds majority.
We will go to a digital vote as requested. I'm going to open the voting for 30 seconds. We just need a minute to put it up. You ready for it? Yep. All right, voting is now open. Voting will be open for 30 seconds. If you're in favor of calling the question, please vote yes. If you're opposed to calling the question, vote no. Voting is now open. All right, we're going to have to restart the vote. Let me know when you're ready, please.
It's not two-thirds. I know, it's like double. Wi-Fi problem.
All right, voting is now open. Again, if you're in favor of calling the question, vote in the affirmative. If you oppose, vote in the negative. The voting is now open. Will be open for 30 seconds. Voting will close in 5 seconds. All right, voting is closed. By a vote of 101 to 53, the call of the question does not pass.
Point of order, Mr. Moderator. Total votes is 154. I want to make sure that's how many clickers are on the floor. I don't know if everybody's getting Wi-Fi.
It's not on a Wi-Fi system, Mr. Kelly.
Do we know how many clickers are on the floor? We got 154 total votes.
One moment, please, Mr. Kelly. All right, the vote that showed on the screen does not seem to be consistent with the vote that was in the grid. So I'm going to open voting again as soon as the individuals tell me that they're comfortable that the system is ready. You want to do a test? All right, I'm going to do a test question on this. Do you believe that pineapple belongs on pizza? If you do, please indicate by voting in the affirmative. If not, please vote in the negative. The voting is now open. It will be open for 30 seconds. All right, the voting is closed. All right, so as you can see up on the screen, there are 220 clickers in play at the moment. All right, so now I'm going to go back to the original motion. We're going to call the question yes. All right, so if you're in favor of calling the question, ending debate, you should vote in the affirmative. If you're opposed to ending the debate and would like to continue discussion, then you should vote in the negative. Voting is now open for 30 seconds. All right. All right. I don't even know where to go in this. I think you need to get the clerks ready. That's why I'm asking for clerks. So what we're going to have to do, we're going to get a minute to get the clerks available. This is still on the two-thirds vote to call the question. We're going to have to go back to the cards. I'm going to have people hold them up when it becomes time. If you don't have a card, let me know now.
I rise on a point of order.
What is your point of order?
How are the cards counted? By whom?
They would be counted by staff from the town clerk's office, which is always how it has been done traditionally in the past.
And are the cards held up or are they collected?
They are not collected.
Is there a reason for that?
Because that's how it's going to be done.
I'm sorry, on the same point of order, that is not a good answer. I am looking for something that does not insult my intelligence.
I'm not attempting to insult your intelligence at all. I am attempting to do what I'm told to do as moderator. It's my prerogative of how it will be done, and that is how it's going to be done. Thank you very much for your point of order.
Ooh.
Good evening. I do want to just take a moment. We are going to need a few minutes to get organized out in the hallway. In the past, we will ask for anyone to stand that is voting yes and hold up their cards. The tellers will go down. In this instance, we will have to go aisle by aisle. When the teller has counted your card, they will ask you to just sit down. Then after all of the yes votes have been taken, we will then move on to the no votes. Anybody who is voting no will be asked to stand. After we've taken your count, we will then ask you to sit. It will take a considerable amount of time because we will have to go aisle by aisle and then by each bleacher for whoever's sitting there, and then we will do the front tables. That's how we'll have to get this done. And then we'll have to add up the yeses and nos, and then determine the two-thirds. So I thank you for your patience while we get organized.
We all agreed, this is the order on this section, you, me,
I ask you to please remain within the auditorium so when they are ready, that everybody will be present. Thank you. Excuse me, please. When we do begin the voting, those that are sitting up in the grandstands are going to have to come down into the center of the gym in order to facilitate the count. We're not going to ask the clerks to pray us up and down the stairs. All right, so if you're planning on voting, you need to be down.
Don't leave, you're missing all the good. This is democracy at work. Don't leave. Gary O'Brien's grandson was here last night. 4 kids there. One of them was Peter, lived in Howard. But they left. Comes up and says, so he was leaving. He says, he hasn't come back yet. He's leaving something. I thought they were all go over to Joe's. Stayed overnight. That's Mary. Mary O'Brien's daughter. Mary, Frederick Estate. Her last name is Lee. Ronnie was down the other day. Where? He used to do it anyways because he used to do it after the neighborhood every morning after he got up. He's got lazy.
That's what I say about Irwin. Thank you for the information.
Would everybody please take their seats? If you're planning on voting, you need to be off of the bleachers, guys, so we can count you. All right? You've got to be seated in the main part of the floor. All right? Everybody please take their seats. All right, if you're planning on voting to be seated, please. All right, first question. Does everybody have this voting card? All right, if you don't have one, now's the time to speak up. All right. We're going to have the tellers come through. There's 2 tellers on either side. They're going to come through row by row. They're going to count your card. They're going to ask you to take a seat. So the first group we're going to count are the people who are voting in the affirmative to call the question. Once that vote is finished, then we will go and ask the people who are voting in the negative to stand. Same do, the tellers will go through and do that. All right? Excuse me? Ma'am, up until 4 years ago when we had electronic voting, this was somewhat of the normal routine on voting. You know, that's why we went to electronic voting. And I can't apologize enough for the missteps we've had with the system, but that's the reality we're facing right at the moment. And this is the only thing we have available to do it, is how it's been done in the past. And I see people shaking their heads, and I'm sorry, but that's how we're going to do it. So I'd like to ask for everybody who's ready to start, if you're in favor of closing the question, ending debate, and voting in the affirmative, please stand now and hold your voting card up. If the tellers could begin their counts, please. Once they ask you to take your seat, please take your seat. I'd appreciate it if we weren't necessarily taking pictures of the voters if they prefer not to be done. We have all the votes for the people who now voted in the affirmative. Is that correct? All right. Town clerk, you ready for the others? All those who are voting in the negative on the call of the question, please stand and hold up your voting cards.
Our bylaw says we can't have town meeting on Friday.
Quick math.
And then number two, town council is not available until Wednesday. And no one at his firm is available. So that means we would be coming back on Wednesday. We need to get this done tonight. We need to go as long as we can.
Thank you for your patience. They're tallying the vote. We should have it momentarily.
Have to be somebody from the firm that we have, if no one's available. Show me the money.
Okay. By a vote of 85 in the negative and 135 in the affirmative, it is not a two-thirds vote. Discussion will continue on the article. All right. Okay. Back on Article 26. I believe that I should be starting off on my left.
Abby Kleeman, 9 Kenton Avenue. I have a few questions and a few comments. In past town meeting, we were told that approving the $3.2 million was the complete budget. So I'm concerned that this is not necessarily the complete budget either. I'm wondering if thought has been given to renovating the full building and doing it in a phased approach rather than having to go back in and start this whole process again. I'm also wondering why the existing floors actually need to be redone as opposed to area rugs, because carpet needs to be replaced every so often. I'm also wondering why, if the air in these buildings was good enough for our kids, why it suddenly needs an upgrade. Why wasn't it upgraded when the children were in there? And these buildings actually belong to the school department, as I understand it. So I'm confused as to which parts of the building, if any, the school will still have control over, and what happens if our enrollment suddenly increases and the school needs the building back. And then finally, I know that the senior center folks are assuming that they are going to be in there and are very surprised that it's not an automatic thing. So I think that needs to be addressed. And also finally, the budget numbers for this is really the first time we're seeing them. Maybe, yes, they're in the presentation that is now online, but these numbers are very, very general. They don't get really broken down into anything. There are no architectural renderings. There are still so many questions. We definitely need a new town hall, and we definitely need a new town hall pretty much immediately. But just because we need a new town hall doesn't mean that we should blindly say, okay, take all of this money and not have a thorough understanding of what's happening.
Mr. Moderator,
Town Manager.
I'd be happy to answer those questions, but I think Ms. Clayman's going to need to come back and restate a couple of them. If you could start at the beginning, Abby.
I guess my first question is, at prior town meeting, we approved the $3.2 million that we were told at that point in time was going to be the full budget.
Yes, that was the initial, at that point in time, we were trying to get out of the town hall sooner than not. We did bring in an architect. It was a number based on a rough estimate for commercial per square footage costs. As you could see, as we obtained an owner's project manager and got into the full process and schematic design and brought in a professional estimator, we now have the total budget. So I think you said you had some questions about the budget right now. What are those?
I would just like to know more about it. You know,
And I'm happy to tell you more about it, but I need to know what the specific questions are.
I don't have specific questions. I would just like a better understanding. I mean, part of the challenge is that even at the advisory board, the numbers aren't there. So the first time we see the numbers is really here. Or they're available for a brief amount of time online. But we're being asked to approve significant amounts of money and not necessarily have a thorough understanding of what it represents. And there aren't, as I said, architectural renderings, there are floor plans. But it would be nice to have more information before we say yes.
Yep. Well, I can take a couple of your questions. So the estimate was obtained at the end of March, and then we took the numbers and we worked through different options. So we presented about 6 different options for how we could possibly do this. So it took us about a month to sort of work through those. We presented to the select board twice, and then arrived at this option and this budget. So that's why we're here now. It's taken us, about 6 to 7 weeks to sort of work out the total budget.
The citizens, though, don't have much information beyond the top line. And as far as the boards and committees, were any of the boards and committees asked what type of space they would need? Were any of them asked what their needs were? Or were they just assumed?
The plan is for multi-purpose, multi-function spaces, so a lot of different shaped, sized rooms so that they can adapt to whatever the needs are of the various committees. So that I would answer that. But your question too is about the air systems. Why were they not good enough for the, if they're good enough for the students, why not for the town hall function? The school did not operate year-round. Town hall will operate year-round, so that's the answer to that. Flooring, the reason that we need to put carpet in the office areas is for acoustic, managing that sound. To make for a better work environment, that's absolutely necessary.
And the carpet will need to be replaced how frequently and at what cost? So that would come under maintenance?
Yep. Carpets can be cleaned, and we use a commercial grade carpet that's very thick pile on it, or thin pile. We've seen carpets last 30 years, with good maintenance. The office areas aren't going to see a lot of high use, high traffic.
And which parts of the building will still be retained by the school, and what happens if the school needs them again?
The building is still owned by the school. The town has a memorandum of agreement, which essentially, for all intents and purposes, is a lease with the school for 30 years. For 2/3 of the building, the auditorium, the gymnasium, and the main former cafeteria area are common spaces. And what that means is it could be used by the school, it could be used by the town, potentially organizations can utilize that space.
Will any of the building be leased out for income purposes?
No, it's being built out for town hall.
I didn't know if there were going to be any spaces such as the gym or other areas where revenue could potentially come in. And
I suppose that could be a possibility. Right now, we're just building out for town hall purposes and with space reserved to explore the relocation of a senior center.
Your time for questioning is up. Thank you. In the center, please.
My name is Beth Landgraf at 61 Packard Ave. I'm not really understanding when I listen to the scope of the project that was presented in 2024 as compared to the scope of the project as it's being presented now. I'm not hearing a difference. And air conditioning was also included when it was presented at town meeting in 2024. So I'm curious about what is the difference?
There was the scope that you heard this evening far exceeds the scope that was presented. There was not a scope presented in 2024. It was on a per square foot estimate on commercial space.
Okay, I'm not sure that's what we thought. My next question is related to page 33 in the town warrant. This may be directed at Mike Buckley. I'm having difficulty with the math. I heard him mention multiple times about staying below 10% debt. On page 33, it shows that we are currently at 8.53%. And if I'm doing the math correctly, adding this $4 million to the $4,081,000, that brings us to 15%. Is there something that I'm not calculating properly there?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Michael Buckley, Town Accountant. The difference would be what you're looking at on page 33 is annual debt service as opposed to total debt outstanding.
So where would we be by adding the $4 million?
That would increase in beginning probably in fiscal 29, it would increase the debt budget by about $300,000, maybe $350,000. And of course, as we pay other things off, the total debt budget would decrease.
I appreciated those hand signals. That was really helpful. And then we would need to, of course, factor in that wasn't directed to you. That was directed to Mr. Clinton. Other projects would need to be taken into account as well that we have not been presented yet, but are under review by the town.
Mr. Moderator, I don't understand this tone of questioning.
I think the question was related to the percentage of debt ratio, which I think has been asked and answered a couple of times. I think you might have said at one point in time was 9.85% or something, a number in that regard. I think Mr. Lyons asked a question the other evening in that regard.
He did, and that was respectful, and it was an intelligent
well,
question.
okay.
Okay.
I understand. But so, what is the point of order?
If we're going to ask for respect, we should give respect back.
I'd like to ask both parties if they both could just tone it down a little bit, and I'm not taking a side in either case. We just don't need this to degenerate into something that it need not be. Thank you.
I do apologize if you felt that my tone was disrespectful. I was asking for accountability. Thank you.
You're welcome. On the right, please.
Hi, this is Beth Chapman at 8A Moreland Ave. Because I wasn't here in 2024, I went back and I watched the town meeting and I took notes. So regarding the original article, at town meeting, the citizens were asked if they would grant $3.6 million. And the portico the repairs to the portico had already been done before that point, so that was never included in the $3.6 million. And at that time, they were told that the costs, let's see, because I really did write it down. The costs would cover anticipated and planned costs of moving town hall and police administration offices to the middle school, as well as heat for police offices and things that could not be brought over. And it included a comprehensive list of items that the money would cover that included closing town hall, construction related to retrofitting the Memorial Middle School to make it suitable office and meeting space, including electrical, lighting, painting, and other minor construction, systems including all air conditioning, office, conference room, waiting area, lobby furniture, IT expenses, signage, phone systems, project management.
Mr. Moderator, I'm sorry, is there a question?
Yes, my question is.
Excuse me, again, could we please try and temper it a little bit? Thank you.
Okay. Okay. My question is this. I feel that this represents a scope and that people were expecting that the money would cover the things that were described at the time the money was being asked. So I believe that there is legitimate question of how things went so awry. And it isn't.
I think that question's been asked and answered relative to what the $3 million expenditure was
Okay,
and
so-
where it is today. I don't know how many times we can ask and answer the same question, but
Okay, then I have another question, and this is something I need clarification on because I don't understand. In the original article, there's a section that says, the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow said amount under and pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 4, Subsection 7, Paragraph 1, or any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town thereof. This is not included in today, in what we're looking at today. I don't understand what that means. I don't understand what that does, and I don't understand why it's not in today. Could somebody please explain that to me?
Was it,
Would-
sorry.
could you try and quickly rephrase that because I'm not sure that people understood what you were asking.
Just read it again. Don't
Okay.
rephrase it.
This,
Yes,
okay. The treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow said amount, the 3.6.
I'm sorry, Mr. Moderator, to interrupt, but where are you reading that from?
This was.
What are you referencing?
I'm referencing the 2024 article.
The 2024 article or the 2024 motion, because there could be a difference.
It was what was up on the screen during town meeting. It was what
Okay.
people actually voted on.
All right.
So it's what people actually voted on. So it is the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow the said amount under and pursuant to Mass General Law or any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town thereof. And this is not included this time around. I don't understand what it meant the first time around. I don't understand what it does or what the implications are, and I'm just asking for clarification.
Okay, so are you asking about what was written 3 years ago?
I'm asking why it's not there now.
Well, the motions are written by the town council. It was a different town council who wrote that one than the one that's here tonight, but if he chooses to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Through you to the speaker, town council is not the only council that reviews bonding articles. The town has separate bond council. There are only a few bond councils in the state because it's a very niche profession. Bond council's opinion maybe 3 or 4 years ago and the state of Chapter 44, the general laws at the time, required additional language in town meeting motions. bond council's current opinion based on the current state of Chapter 44 of the general laws is that some of that language is no longer required because the statutes have been amended. And that's why motions change from year to year and so on and so forth. So there's really no functional difference in the language for those reasons.
That's really great. I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for explaining it very clearly.
Thank you. Your time for questioning is up. To the center, please.
Yep, Jacob Valancourt, 1224 Avalon Drive. I move that Article 26 be referred back to Advisory Board for study with instructions that no further commitment of funds occur until the town meeting with a complete accounting of all funds authorized and committed for this project from inception by prior town meeting authorization. An explanation of why hard cost contingency is at roughly 10% rather than the 15 to 20% standard for schematic design phase, and per square foot cost benchmarking against comparable Massachusetts municipal projects with report at next town meeting.
Motion is made and seconded. Could I have that in writing, please? It will take a minute to get this posted. While we're waiting for that to be posted, is there discussion on the amended motion, which is basically to send this back to study? So discussion on the amended motion. Sir, go right ahead, please.
I do not recommend waiting until the next town meeting to do this because it'll be a $14 million project. Petroleum, every product being made in the architectural world is petroleum based. Inflation is going to be a lot worse. It is not going to get less expensive. Sorry.
Any discussion on the amended motion? Off to my right, please.
Celia Nolan, 26 Salcedo Road, just to kind of reiterate that point that prices are keeping going up, the buildings are not getting in better shape. This project is in progress. We have the personnel, we have the project manager and the firm's ready to go. Let's get this done. It's been a long time. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, if we can also on this side address the cost concern.
On the amended motion?
Yes, Mr. Moderator, on the amended motion, the comment about contingency on the schematic design estimate. The estimate that I have from the professional estimator, it does include those estimates for design contingency, pricing contingency, and so forth. What you see on the screen is the owner's budget. Those contingencies are the owner's contingency for hard cost expenditures beyond that. But the person that raised the motion is correct. You should, when you're estimating a project at this early, carry those percentages. So it is contained in the estimate from the professional estimator.
Okay, I think, and I'll stand corrected, it was off to my left on the amended motion, Mr. Nessoff?
Yes.
On the amended motion.
On the amended motion, Erwin Nessoff, 165 North Truro. First, I want to raise that the owner's project manager just answered the question that was in the amended motion. So I think that settles that. But if we go with this amended motion, you have to understand what you're voting on. You're killing the project, essentially. What that means is putting it off for a year means this is not going to happen because of costs, and our staff that work so hard for this town will continue to work in an unhealthy, unproductive, unprofessional building. So I think that people have to understand you're either voting to kill the project or you want to move this project along in a reasonable amount of time. And again, I want to reiterate that what this amended motion calls for is already built into the budget. Thank you.
Senator, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jerry Taverna, 6 7th Street. So I do have a background in construction. I was hoping to get on that public safety committee. It didn't work out for me, and I am a little jealous of the people involved in it. But the first question I have is, I don't see a detailed breakdown of the construction costs, which is 5.2 million or so, and that would be really, to me, important to see just how it's all broken down, how much plumbing, how much electrical. You talked about the HVAC being about 2 million. Framing, you know, just the entire breakdown, I think is something that should be included in this. And that's why I think referring it to study, I hate to say it, but all of a sudden everybody's a little hesitant of referring things to study. So at times it is necessary. I am not in favor of delaying this by any means, but I want to put things in perspective for a minute, just 1 minute. If I were to prioritize, and again, my wife worked at that town hall. I am extremely familiar with the conditions at town hall. I was a contractor, and I actually did renovation work in the police station about 20 years ago at town hall. So I'm extremely familiar with the kiddie pools in the attic and the infestation of rats and all the things that have gone on over the past 20, 25 years. But having said that, I do see the fire station as of higher priority, and we have just pushed that down the road because of the path we're going to take, and it's going to be 7 years or so until that facility's built. So those folks are going to wait 7 years for a new facility. The police station as well, I have it on very good authority. There are some health-related issues at the police station which would indicate that has an extremely high priority as well. So again, just keep things in perspective. Everything isn't an emergency, has to happen now. It's not the end of the world. I told the Public Safety Building Committee the same thing. It's okay to tell the architect and the consultants, I'm sorry, you got to wait 6 months. You got to wait a year. We got to do a little more research. So I am in favor of referring it to study. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, may I respond to that?
Yes, you may.
First, on the detailed cost, we do have that. It's not something that's typically brought to town floor meeting, that level of detail, and we have it on file. I'm happy to post it on the website for anyone who's interested. We've talked extensively about deferred maintenance in this town, and what I'm hearing, and to be honest, I'm not quite sure what the rationale is behind it, although I have suspicions. We're hearing to defer maintenance a little further. We heard about keeping our employees safe and having proper working conditions. That's what we're asking for this evening relative to town meeting. I think another question was raised about why not renovate the building in phases. That is not how that project works. I also reference and just want to reiterate to Mr. Taverner's comments, we are required under state procurement laws to follow certain procedures as it relates to public building, and that is what we're doing, and that is the phase we're at now. I also want to reiterate that a $7 million project is far more manageable than a $20 or a $30 million project that is further down the line in terms of time or requires acquisition or at another location. So I do urge the body to please take care of all town employees. We're not prioritizing one set of employees over another, and to vote this article through.
So the discussion is on the motion to refer this to study. Is there any additional discussion? On my left, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Danielle Dolan, 32 Merrill Road, speaking in opposition to the substitute motion. I fully respect and admire everyone being here for 4 nights in a row, and want to express my gratitude to all of our public servants, staff, and volunteers. There is a lot of distrust in this town between the residents and the leadership. That has been evidently clear this entire town meeting, in the town newspaper, all over Facebook. A lot of that is caused by some of what this perceived lack of transparency and lack of clarity, and also some of the attitudes that are projected on both sides. The town has done significant work on this project. We've been talking about it for at least 6 years. We approved the preliminary stage a couple years ago. Don't quote me on the dates. They have done their due diligence and done the work. They've come to town meeting with an update, with a more specific plan, more specific detail. As town manager stated, there's certain level of detail that you just can't present at town meeting. If you want to read every line of the budget and the full architectural plans, you can do so, but town meeting is not the place to do that. Strongly urge the body to vote against the substitute motion. Thank you.
In the center, please.
Good evening, Yvette Fernandez, 305 Nantasket Avenue. I am in favor of the motion. I did not think that I would be, but here I am. The reason being, I think there have been enough people that have expressed their, expressed a little bit of a displeasure with the transparency around this, as well as some of the accounting. And why I say some of the accounting is never was there anything done as far as what would the actual CapEx be, meaning what are the actual construction costs. We saw them go up between February to the PCA 360, their budget tool dated March 26th. So there is a difference there. But also within the MOA, it is allocated, I would really like to know how many square feet of the building will the town hall offices and meeting spaces occupy? Because as the MOU is written, the custodial costs are 50% on the school budget. 1/3 of the operating expenses are paid by the school budget. Do they align with what the square footage of the space is? That should be answered, as well as going back to the priority of this over any other project where there is a public safety issue. Now, it is not killing the project to reassess what is needed, by no means. That is not killing it. It is actually offering the townspeople an accounting of everything that is expected to be done, the date it is to be done by, if it is satisfactory for a town hall to operate in that building, and at what cost would those operating expenses be.
Excuse me.
Mike.
Excuse me?
Moderator.
Again, everyone, please.
Again, it is not killing the project. It is ensuring that everything is done to its best, not only for the town employees and those that have to use the building, but for the townspeople that are actually paying for this.
Are you finished?
Yes.
Okay. I urge anybody who's standing up to speak, if you really have something unique and new to the argument, please continue to stand there and address the body. If you don't, consider whether you really need to be doing any more. We still have a lot of business to conduct this evening. Okay? And I say that for everybody who's sitting in the hall and has been for the last 4 nights. You said you were done, right?
Well, I just want an answer on the MOU question regarding who is paying for the
I don't think that's
custodial.
germane to the specifics of the article.
Well, because the MOU is...
That's germane to future costs associated with handling the building. It's not germane to the expenditure of the $4 million. On my right, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Bartley Kelly, 276 Atlantic Ave. I rise against the substitute motion, and there's been a lot of talk back and forth, And I understand the questions on both sides, but this is about time and money. The building we're in is in deplorable shape. We're going to have to move. We can kick the can. That's part of the problem with most of the projects that the town has, is we keep kicking the can. The costs are the costs, and, you know, if this body's going to decide whether we move forward or not. Substitute motion and send it to study. If it gets voted down, that's where it's going. All right, we can sit here and spin our wheels till next Monday, but I'm against the substitute motion. Let's move it along and figure it out. We got to work together. Tempers are getting flaring. People are getting aggravated, me included. But at the end of the day, we're all here for one thing. We're here for what's right for the town. And whether you agree with me or disagree with me, I'm okay with that. But the tone between people, we got to lighten up. We're all in this together. Stop paddling. Thanks.
I'm going to do something I haven't done in the 6 years as moderator, and I'm allowed to do it. I have the ability, as moderator, to end discussion on a question if I feel there's been sufficient discussion. And I think it's pretty clear there's a yes or no to this one, whether you want to table it or whether you do not want to table it and come back to the discussion at hand. So I'm declaring discussion ended. At this point in time, I'm going to read the motion and we will go to a vote. It's page 104 of Town Meeting Times, if anybody would care to check. I move that Article 26 be referred back to the Advisory Board for study with instructions that no further commitment of funds occur until the town meeting with a complete accounting of all funds authorized and committed for this project from inception by prior town meeting authorization, and explanation of why hard cost contingency is at roughly 10% rather than the 15 to 20% standard for schematic design phase per square foot cost, benchmarking against comparable Massachusetts municipal projects with report at the next town meeting. I'm also going to go back, and I'm going to kind of ask the body's permission for this. If we go back to electronic voting, if you recall at the beginning, we had a grid with all the red and greens and stuff coming up. That shows the actual clickers being voted and everything. For some reason, it's not translating into the thing you see on the screen that gives us the total. But the total is showing on the grid. So if you're comfortable seeing it on the grid, then we can go back to the electronic voting. All right.
Point of order.
What is the
Moderator, over here, on your right.
Yes.
I just want to remind people that the advisory board is A, unelected, we're appointed. B, we're advisory, we make recommendations. And C, we're not construction experts. I would tell you, as being on the advisory board, the first thing we would do, hire a project manager to start this process all over again. Thank you.
Thank you for your point. Okay, so I'm going to open the voting. The voting is going to be open for 30 seconds. Did you want to see the grid? Show the grid so people could understand what's being seen, because it won't necessarily translate, to the final vote, but you'll be able to see the actual vote, okay? So the voting is now open for 30 seconds. One moment, please. What is the concern? If you are voting in favor of tabling, you should vote in the affirmative. If you're in favor of voting not to table, then you should vote no. All right, so what you see here on the grid is, could I finish, please?
Can you please restate that? That was unclear.
If you are in favor of tabling this article.
Of referring to study.
Referring to study, yes, thank you. If you're in favor of referring this to study, as the motion, substitute motion asks for, or the motion to send to study, all right? So you're going to see your vote come up in the grid. You won't see the final thing, what you'll have, but you'll see the final total up in the top right-hand corner. All right, so if you can see the grid, we should be good. So voting is now open. Voting is open for 30 seconds. If you want to send this to study, you should vote in the affirmative. If you want not to send it to study, you should vote in the negative. Voting will close in 10 seconds. Voting is now closed. One moment, please. All right, so we are going to run a report now, and you'll be able to see the physical report on the vote. Okay? Point of order, Representative Machino.
I just wanted to let you know that I see how I voted. I have an okay, and I can see my number up there, and it is not showing that I've voted at all.
Okay. All right. It was worth a try to go back to the votes, but unfortunately we are back to the voter cards. We need a minute to have the clerks get ready. Town clerk, please. Town clerk, please. All right, go ahead. Get it started. All right, we're going to do the same thing we did before. If you're sitting up in the bleachers, please come down to the center. The clerks will be out to do the count in just a second. We'll do it just as we did it before. All right. Are the clerks ready? Do we have the clerks? Can everybody please take their seats? All right, we're going to do it the same way as we did before. If everybody could please be seated. The clerks will come by. We're going to do the yes votes first. That is, if you're interested in sending this to study, then you should vote in the affirmative. You're going to do so by standing up and holding your voting card up. When you're asked to sit back down, please sit back down. All right? So all those in favor of sending this to study, please stand up and hold up your voting cards. Have the clerks got the people in the front? Have we got the people in the front? Have they voted as of yet? Okay. All those who are opposed to sending this to study, please stand up and hold up your voting cards.
The year after that, the year after that. Who knows? We moved the senior center. Got to do something with that building. You guys want it back, right? Oh, I thought veterans wanted the senior center back. I know you. Okay. Were you able to move your? Did you have like plaques and frame stuff? Is this?
Well, you should have stayed here.
Can I have your attention, please? With 140 voting in the negative and 63 voting in the affirmative, the motion to send to study fails. All right, we're now back to the original Article 26. As I said it just a few minutes ago, I feel there's been sufficient debate on this issue, and I am effectively calling the question. The vote will now come on the original motion for the appropriation of $4 million for the purpose of funding the closing of the town hall facility located at 253 Atlantic Ave and to complete the relocation to the middle school. We're going to have to do the same thing. I apologize. The clerks are still here. Yep. So we're going to be doing the same thing as soon as the clerks are ready. You young ladies might as well just stay in here for the rest of the night. Let me know when you're ready. Could everybody please take their seats so we could begin the count? Could everybody please take their seats?
Point of order?
Where's the point of order?
Just a quick question. I think you said that it includes the closure of Town Hall, and if I'm not mistaken, it does not. Is that correct?
Well, the motion is worded that way, but that's obviously an ongoing process related to the office facilities, the police department, and those things will be continuing at Town Hall. That's been stated pretty clearly, I think.
So my question, is the 4 million covering the closure of Town Hall, yes or no?
The Town Hall building will not be totally vacated with the expenditure of the $4 million.
So it's not being covered, correct?
No, there are elements of the police department that will continue to be housed at Town Hall.
All right, so the wording you said that the 4 million will cover the closure of Town Hall is incorrect? I just want to know what I'm voting for, if I approve it. Thanks.
I don't know how to. I really don't know how to answer that to you. I mean, I think it's been discussed for a few hours now, but this vote will not mean the immediate closure of Town Hall. And when the Town Hall offices are moved to the middle school, if this were to pass, until such time as there's a different arrangement for the public safety facility for the police department, elements of the police department will remain in the building at Town Hall. Is that clear enough?
Mr. Moderator, point of order, if I may. I believe the confusion is because what's printed in our copy of the warrant, Article 26 states, quote, ... or sums of money for the purpose of the closure of the town hall, yet the recommendation from the advisory board says this does not include the closure of the current town hall. So it's very unclear whether or not this includes the closure of the town hall.
Again, I could reiterate and repeat what I just said, or we can have somebody else say the same thing if you'd like. You know, I think it's been made very clear throughout the presentations, you know, that because of the requirements associated with the jail and other aspects of the police department, that the town hall will not be totally vacated at such time there is a public safety building.
Mr. Moderator, I think, point of order, I think people are still not understanding. And personally, I think your tone is a little disrespectful towards the body.
I apologize if it comes across as being disrespectful. You know, you're trying to balance a lot of balls at one time up here for 4 nights in a row. I guess it gets a little wearing at times.
Mr. Moderator, if I may, because I know discussion's been closed, but it's somewhat still continued, and that question was answered earlier. But if you will, I'm happy to answer that question again so that we can move on to what's a very important vote this evening.
There's no need to re-answer it. It has been asked and answered previously. All right, so we're now going on to the vote. If you are in favor of the expenditure of $4 million as proposed in Article 26, you should vote in the affirmative. If you are opposed to the expenditure of the $4 million, then you should vote in the negative. So I'm going to ask the clerks who are ready. If you're in favor, please stand, hold up your voting card. Remain standing until they ask you to take a seat. We ready? If you care to vote in the negative, please stand and hold up your voting cards, and please remain standing until you're asked to take a seat. Okay, the vote on Article 26 required a two-thirds vote. With 147 voting in the affirmative and 56 in the negative, the motion passes. Next article, please.
Mr. Moderator,
Mr. Kelly.
can I do a motion to reconsider?
It's a motion made to reconsider. Is there a second? I'm going to try and do this on a voice vote if it meets the body's approval. All those in favor of reconsideration, which basically means if the reconsideration passes, then we go back to discussing the article. If the motion does not pass, in other words, you vote in the negative and it does not pass, then the discussion is ended for the evening on that article. All right. So all those in favor of reconsideration, please indicate by saying yes. Those opposed? No. Motion fails. It cannot be brought up for reconsideration again. Next article, please.
Point of order. Mr. Moderator, could you just repeat what the tallies were, because we can't see them?
Yeah, just 1 minute, please. $147 in the affirmative and 56 in the negative. Next article, please.
I rise on a point of order.
What is your point of order, ma'am?
I am always delighted when I walk into a meeting where that marvelous pamphlet around how we respect one another, how we deal with one another, is on our seats, and it behooves us all to read it. It is a good guide for meetings, but I'm rising on a point of order to say that that card is a two-way street. And I am disquieted and upset that as hard as we try in the room to work to that standard, it's a high standard, it isn't easy, but we're trying. I would have hoped that that standard would be applied also to you, Mr. Moderator, and to the town officials. Sarcasm and bullying do not respect my integrity as a human being, nor anyone else's. Thank you.
Thank you for your point of order. Next article, please. 37. Article 37, there was no motion provided for Article 37. Next article, please. That's done.
Mr.
There's
Moderator.
no motion. Next article.
Mr. Moderator, it's 10:34. Should we move to adjourn this meeting?
No, we had voted at the beginning of the meeting that we would continue the
Till we're done.
town's business. Yes, ma'am. Next article, please. Article 34. Motion for Article 34, the Nantasket Overlay District, moved by the Planning Board that the town amend the zoning bylaws, paragraph 410-3.12, subparagraph D and subparagraph K, the Nantasket Beach Overlay District as follows. Items striked out will be removed, items underlined will be added. Paragraph 410-3-12, Nantasket Beach Overlay District, added 5-7 at the 2013 annual town meeting by Article 23. D, definitions. Open space. Open space is defined as land that is open to the sky, including natural features of the site, and not covered by permanent structures or impervious surfaces. Parts of a lot landscape with trees, shrubs, ground covers and grass,
Point of order.
walks.
Move to waive the reading of this motion?
I don't know whether the motion in the warrant is identical to the one that's being presented to the body.
It's the same one as in the warrant.
It is?
Yep.
There's a motion made to waive the reading. Is there a second? Any discussion? All those in favor? Those opposed? Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Chris Diorio, Town Planner. So there are a couple of amendments to the Nantasket Beach Overlay District this year. One is to the open space definition. This article would require that any hardscape surfaces, such as terraces, plazas, and pedestrian areas, now be counted towards required open space calculations only if those spaces are public spaces. So this is done with the idea that this would encourage either.
Excuse me, what was your point of order?
You have a wrong slide up. We're on D, open space, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's controlling the slides. We're not reading the article.
Right. So this change was done with the idea that this would encourage either more public spaces or increased landscape pervious surfaces within NBOD projects. The next change would be to Section K. The design requirements in Section K, they're currently focused on the front facade with the goal to add visual interest to the building. Could now be applied to any side of the building. And breaks in the massing would be required every 60 feet instead of 80. So this would allow for improved appearances of buildings with higher visibility and if they had frontages on multiple sides of the building. Finally, there's a new section that was drafted that provides for review of shadow and sunlight over public and open space areas with the idea that this oversight will improve the performance and attractiveness of these areas going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. We have additional comment?
I'm sorry. We have the planning board report.
Yes,
Meg Riley.
thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Moderator, members of town meeting. Megan Riley, 20 Tierney Avenue. I am the vice chair of the planning board. The planning board has voted 6-0 with one member absent to recommend town meeting approve this article. The review of the Paragon project identified areas where the NBOD zoning could be amended to improve the appearance and performance of the project. This amendment would encourage more public open space, treat all facades of the building with similar importance visually, and allow for a review of the sunlight conditions on open space areas. Mr. Moderator, I'd like to also recognize the chair of the Zoning Bylaw Committee to give the report from the Zoning Bylaw Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Susan Short Green, 71B Street. The Zoning Bylaw Committee voted to recommend favorable action 4-1. We feel that these bylaw changes have three important changes in them: the definition of open space, the shadow protection standard, and eliminating the wall effect and the length standard on all sides of the buildings. Thank you.
Advisory Board?
The advisory board voted in favor of this. We don't have much to add apart from what you already heard from the three experts on this, but we urge your support.
Thank you. Discussion?
Yes, could Cindy Borges, Nantasket Ave, will you put the slide back up, please, for the open space? Okay, in the book, there's a lot more that is not on here. So did we all review this final language as the language that we wanted this to be? We're sure of that? Okay.
Any additional discussion? Seeing none, I'm going to try and do this by a voice vote. This requires a 2/3 vote. If you're in favor of the zoning bylaw changes put forth, then you should vote in the affirmative. If you're opposed, you should vote in the negative. All those in favor of the zoning change, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, it is a 2/3 vote. Thank you. Article 19. Article 19 can be found on page 9 of the warrant. Moved by the town manager, the town vote to transfer the sum of $6,658,900 received in legal settlements proceeds from the agreement between Allied World Insurance Company and the town of Hull to pay the cost of designing, constructing repairs and improvements to the Crescent Beach seawalls and revetments. Is there a second to the motion? Second. Discussion?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So these were settlement funds that were received as a result of mediation with Allied World Insurance Company, this was relative to the Crescent Beach seawall. We need to move these funds into their own account so they don't revert back to the general fund. That is not likely going to be the total cost of the project, but that is the settlement amount, and we want to isolate those so we can use them towards the completion of Crescent Beach seawall.
Any discussion? Advisory board, please.
Advisory, Bob Carney, member of the advisory board, 45 Farina Road.
Into the mic, please, Mr. Coney.
Oh. Bob Carney, member of the advisory board, 45 Farina Road, ditto. We actually think this is necessary. It applies the settlement proceeds to the general funds. There's really not much of a choice not to do this, so we recommend favorable action and urge you to do the same thing.
Thank you. On my left, please.
Erwin Nessoff, 165 North Truro. I just wanted to take a moment to congratulate the town manager on this. This is millions of dollars more than we were offered. She refused what the insurance company was going to pay and negotiated and put together an excellent team of counsel. And as a result of that, the town is getting many millions of dollars more. I think it's $3 million more than was originally done, and we can actually move forward on this. So thank you.
Any additional discussion? Seeing none, the vote will come on the vote to transfer $6,658,900 from the Allied World Insurance Company to pay for additional costs of designing and constructing repairs or improvements at the Crescent Beach seawall and revetments. Again, I'm going to try and do this on a voice vote. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? It is a vote. Thank you. Article 31. Moved by the Planning Board that the town repeal zoning bylaws subparagraph 410-6.2, subsection B, 6, and lowercase b, non-confirming uses as follows. Strikeouts to be removed, underlined to be added. Paragraph 410-6.2, non-confirming uses. Striking out pre-existing.
Mr. Moderator, point of order. Move to waive the reading of the motion.
Are they consistent with the warrant?
Yes, they are.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there a second? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Thank you.
Okay, so currently this section of the zoning allows 1- and 2-family homes that don't conform with the required side yard setback to expand the height of the existing building within the non-conforming side yard setback up to 35 feet. And that's as long as the side yard setback is at least 5 feet from the side property and the home is at least 15 feet from a neighboring home. So if, for example, if you have in the single-family districts, if you have a side yard setback that's required of 10 feet, if your existing building is 5 feet to that property line and more than 15 feet from the neighboring home, you can go up 35 feet on that section of your home. So the overall concern with this is that we're going to end up, if people keep doing this, that you're going to end up with a 35-foot wall, 15-foot separation, another 35-foot building, and you're going to kind of create like a wall effect. And so eliminating this bylaw would really just kind of, instead of it being by right, it would now be by special permit. So neighbors would be notified and the rest of the abutters in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Planning Board, please.
Good evening. Once again, Megan Riley, 20 Tierney Avenue. I'm the Vice Chair of the Planning Board. The board voted 5-1 with 1 member absent to recommend town meeting approve this article. The Planning Board is proposing this amendment to the zoning bylaw to address concerns about single-family homes in residential districts, expanding height within the side yards and creating a wall effect. without adequate notice to the neighbors. And I'll recognize Susan Shortgreen from the Zoning Bylaw Committee.
Thank you. Susan Short Green, 71B Street. The Zoning Bylaw Committee voted 4-1 in favor of favorable action on this amendment. The reasons that we did so was we thought it improved transparency for abutters. The notice to neighbors was beneficial, and requiring a review through a special permit process is appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Advisory Board, any comment?
So Chad Wolf, 53 Highland Ave, Vice Chair of the Advisory Board. Not to belabor the point, but we think that it makes a lot of sense that neighbors and abutters be notified before anybody in their community is able to build up a little higher, to have ensure some input and some planning board oversight. We voted unanimous with 2 abstentions.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing no one standing, I'm going to again try for a voice vote on this. If you're in favor of the zoning bylaw change as advocated by the planning board, you should vote in the affirmative. If you're opposed, you should vote in the negative. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, it is a 2/3 vote. Thank you. Next article. $38. Article 38, a citizen's petition filed by, Linda Hutig. Move that the town of Hull amend the general bylaws, adding the following section. Traffic direction changes in the Nantasket Beach Overlay District. A, this section shall apply to any proposed permanent changes in traffic direction on a public way within the Nantasket Beach Overlay District as defined in the Town of Hull zoning bylaw. B, prior to implementing such a change, the Select Board acting as traffic commissioners shall, to the extent practical, 1, include the proposal in the warrant of a town meeting, 2, present the proposal and its rationale, and 3, seek a non-binding advisory vote. C, the Select Board shall consider the outcome of any such vote prior to taking action. D, this section shall not apply where the Select Board determines that action is required to address a temporary emergency or public safety concern. E, this section is for public input only and shall not be construed to limit or supersede the authority of the Select Board under Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 40, Section 22, or any other applicable law. Further move that this article shall take effect immediately upon approval by town meeting and shall apply to actions initiated after its adoption. Is there a second to the motion? Motion is made and seconded. Discussion, please. Seeing nobody standing to discuss,
Can I read?
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Go right ahead, please.
I wasn't sure if I got to speak or not, especially after I wrote this all up for you. Article 38 is, I want to first state, I am not against or for the road direction changes, yet I don't have any information to make an informed decision. Some concerns are that Nantasket Ave is the only road out of Hull until you reach George Washington Boulevard, and Hull Shore Drive crosses Nantasket Ave, and that's the only way to drive into Hull. So this affects all of us. Even George Washington Boulevard ends at Duncan, and you're only allowed a right-hand turn to go out of town again. And this creates a bottleneck along the HRA land. And it affects everyone, the residents, the businesses, and visitors alike. Each time I drive down, we didn't get any of my photos? Each time I drive down either street, I think about what's going to happen when situations hamper the traffic, such as delivery trucks, which legally temporarily park on Hull Shore Drive. They must pull over to make their deliveries to local businesses, and with the one-way road, we can just change lanes. Hull Shore Drive also has diagonal parking, so you drive this way all your time, so you can think this as I'm talking. And which means cars have to back out onto Hull Shore Drive, also interrupting traffic. And never mind come summer, when a car stops to wait to find a parking spot, waiting for the person to back out.
You just need to use the clicker.
Oh,
To pull them up.
I've never done this before, so,
you.
thank you.
Is that? and
Yes,
then just
thank
keep
you.
Forward with that.
I know, thanks. I forgot about that part. And if just 2 or 3 of these things happen at the same time, both sides of the road are blocked, and traffic is going to back up in both directions, going in and out. A delivery truck legally temporarily parking on Nantasket Ave will also interrupt the traffic and stop traffic coming from the other direction. And the other day, this isn't the truck, but it is a truck, but not the truck I'm going to talk about. I saw a truck pull up. They had to double park, such as this one did, and the driver had to pull things out of the truck on the roadside, putting him in danger. One of the reasons stated for changing it into a two-way is that safety. So I don't know, what are the statistics for accidents involving cars, bikes, pedestrians? Pedestrians who are crossing the road with children, coolers, chairs, and more. I know it happens, but I've never heard the statistics. Is it 1? Is it 10? Is it 100? And where exactly do that happen? It does make a difference. And so why haven't safety measures been addressed in the past years? Measures put in place for pedestrians, cars, and even delivery trucks could be done at a much lower cost. There is one pedestrian light across from Breadbasket, but none along anywhere else on the sides of these 2 busy stretches of road. Maybe a concrete triangle on the Water Street would stop drivers from turning from Hull Shore Drive and cutting across the right-hand lane into the left-hand lane. So if someone's coming up and this one comes and decides to, you've got an accident. Why is there an open space at Mesomerry to allow a car that could pull out at the intersection of Hull Shore Drive and Nantasket Ave at that light, instead of back onto George Washington Boulevard, just like Dunkin' Donuts does? This article adds a non-binding layer to the process so the residents, the voters, and the business opinions and suggestions are heard so that we can have detailed information, have our questions answered to our satisfaction, suggestions taken into consideration, and to have a non-binding say before the change is considered final. Last night we heard that one of the business owners, he commented that he has not even been contacted regarding this project about the impact on his business. And so what about all the other businesses along there? There are restaurants, there is Hull Glass, there is a hair salon, they're all along there. Everyone needs to hear from people who were here before the one-way road was implemented. Their experience is vital for us to hear. It was said that this is usurping the traffic commissioner's powers. However, that power was given by the voters and cannot be taken away. And yet, unilateral action without residents, voters, and businesses' input just adds to negative feelings. All residents, voters, and businesses deserve a non-binding say in this change and to be taken seriously. If I remember correctly, we did not vote for a two-way road system in the 2018 vote. So I say please vote yes to bring changes to the road direction in the NBOD to a town vote before the implementation of those changes. It's non-binding, yet we would know that our concerns are being addressed and heard before continuing what I feel could be a disaster, and the change is something we all would have to live with for a very, very long time. And let me see, I do have another. This is along the hotel, and if those, you're coming two ways, this truck has to park to deliver goods, and those people in there are backing out because they're diagonal, they're backing out kitty corner, and so I'm coming this way, someone decides, oh, I see a car starting to come out, and he's gonna stop. People are not always polite, especially when there's a parking spot ready to take. And so then it's gonna be blocked in both directions, whereas right now, you see this one over here, you can put your blinker on, as you're supposed to, and turn over and go through the other lane. And it works the same way here. There is room, you can see that one van can still maneuver around that truck. And that's what I have to say.
Advisory board, please.
So the motion she provided is quite a bit different from what you see in your warrant and what was presented to us at the advisory board. So we recommended no action. Due to the time, I'm not going to propose no action. We can just vote this up or down. But you know, it is the select board's job as traffic commissioners to deal with street direction, traffic flow, safety of traffic, and they have the police department that they can rely on. They can seek traffic. They can seek traffic studies if they want. They can do all of that, and they're also a political body that's elected by the people. So if you know, it would probably be at their own detriment if they were to try to move forward with a plan without engaging the people. So I recommend you vote no on this. It's not necessary. Thank you.
Discussion, anybody standing? Mr. Kelly, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Bartley Kelly, 276 Atlantic Ave. I'm not going to speak against this article. I just wanted to make some points. She is absolutely correct that trucks do park in the travel lanes. When they did the two-way road study and they looked at the proposed plans along Hull Shore Drive where they showed the cars were angle parked and they'd be backing out into traffic, that's a very wide thoroughfare. The proposal is to make that parallel parking. The proposal is to make it so trucks can't park in the travel lanes. There'd be designated loading zones, designated times of the day, and it would be stepped up enforcement. I don't disagree that the townspeople should get a shot at voting on it. It's non-binding. It's not going to take away the select board's authority. I think a lot of work's been done. The studies have been done, and they're still working through that process. It should be an open process. People should get a shot at it. But in my opinion, based on what I know and what I've seen and the studies that have been done for economic development and the studies that have been done on safety, it will be a safer roadway, but the people should get to vote on it. So I have no problem with this. Thank you.
On my right, please. Sir, you're standing to speak?
Yes. I'll hold this. Thanks.
In the center, please.
Yeah, I just support this. I think it would be great. It would show, you know, it just involve the community, and I don't see any detriment against having us involved.
On my right, please.
Randy Gould, 2 Cushing Street in the Village. My birth date is 1949, so I was here when it was a two-way, and for those who don't know, when you go to an engineer to have a study done, you tell them what you're looking for, and they come up with a design to suit that need. So back in 1970, they came up with a design because if you think the traffic is terrible on June 13th or a weekend in the middle of August, you should have been around in 1970. It took you 20 minutes to get through Surfside. And the plan that they designed for the current two-way road plan is basically the same outlay that they had back in 1970. They're putting in 2 side streets, and that's what caused the problem. The reason they went to the one-way was to make you go down to the monument, turn around, and head back out of town. When you have the cross streets, the people are cutting in for traffic. Not only was everything backed up, but the intersections were all screwed up. So I vote for this article, even though it's non-binding.
In the center, please.
Bernadette Rapp, 36 Harold Place. And to Mr. Gould's point, we have more cars today than we did back then.
Good point.
But my concern are things like even snow, like the past winter that we had. That's very concerning. We had nowhere to put it. And to have only one way out would be a very dangerous proposal. Emergency evacuations would be another thing affected. But to the point of Mr. Bartlett, parallel parking, I just think that would be even more of a difficulty, especially trying to park at Quint's Hair Salon or around there. It's like you have to pull up, you have to stop, you have to wait for everybody to go around you, and then you have to pull into your spot. And it's just a very awkward situation. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. On my right, sir.
John O'Leary, 16 Shore Garden Road. I heard all this stuff about being cordial and all that, but it seems a waste of time to talk about the traffic on the streets where this article is just whether it's a selectman decision or town meeting decision. And we're aware of traffic, and that really has nothing to do, we're not voting to do one way or the other. It's just how it gets voted, so it's no point hearing about the traffic. And it seems a waste of time.
Any additional discussion?
Evan Pestone, Roosevelt Ave. Sorry to waste more time. I do agree with that it's not that prudent. But as we have pointed out many times, this road plan has been going on forever, and it's going to take forever, and people are going to continue to fight about it. We all agree there are various dangerous sections by the hotel, by Mezzamare, and a couple other spots. In the meantime, while we work it out, can we please install some more flashing crosswalk signs, barriers, other things that are cheap? The DPW can install them themselves that make it a little bit safer for me to cross the street in front of the laundromat on a busy summer day with my 2 kids, and I have to stand in the middle of the street like this to get cars to stop and then wave people by. So there are some cheap fixes. Maybe we could look at doing those while we debate the rest of it all. Thanks.
Thank you. Any additional discussion? Seeing none, the vote will come on the proposal regarding traffic direction changes in the Nantasket Beach Overlay District. If you're in favor of this as presented, then you should vote in the affirmative. If you're opposed to it, you should vote in the negative. I'm going to do this by a voice vote. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It is a vote. Thank you. Article 32. Chris, do we know whether is this consistent with what's in the warrant?
No, this is
No, it isn't. Okay, thank you.
substantially different.
All right. Article 32, Section 410, Flexible Development Plan, moved by the Planning Board, move that the town will amend the zoning bylaws, paragraph 410-4.3, Flexible Plan Development as follows. Strikeouts to be removed, underlined to be added. For the purpose of promoting the more efficient use of land in harmony with its natural features and furtherance of the general intent of this bylaw, to protect and promote the health, safety, convenience, and general welfare of the inhabitants of the town, the Planning Board, strike the words "of appeals," may grant a special permit for a flexible plan development subject to the regulations and conditions contained in this section. D, within 10 days after the receipt of the special application and accompanying site plan, the Planning Board shall, transmit a copy of said site plan to all relevant town boards and commissions, and said boards and commissions may, at their discretion, investigate the proposed layout and report in writing its recommendations to the Planning Board. The Planning Board shall review the site plan proposal under the procedures outlined in paragraph 410-4.1 of the bylaw and issue a decision. Any conditions imposed by the Planning Board decision shall be incorporated as written into any special permit decision issued by the Planning Board. Strike words "of appeal." A denial of the site plan review shall necessitate denial of the special permit. E, in considering an application for a special permit under this section, adding the word "Planning Board," striking "of appeals," shall consider whether the proposed flexible plan development conforms to the following guidelines. G, as part of the special permit for flexible plan development, the following requirements relating to the density and intensity of land use shall apply. Subparagraph 2, structure shall not exceed a maximum height. Strike 70, add 40 feet. Subparagraph 410-5.1B footnotes A.1 and F are applicable. That's an add. 5, all structures within a flexible plan development should be set back at least 20 feet from the boundary of the project area, or such lesser distance as may be permitted by the planning board, adding the word planning, striking the word appeals, in the case of structures other than multifamily residential structures. Adding the word planning, striking the word appeals, may approve an increase in the maximum number of dwelling units allowed in accordance with the following bonus schedule. The total bonus allowed shall not exceed 10 dwelling units per acre, or take any other action relative thereto.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So after discussions with the Zoning Bylaw Review Committee, the Advisory Board, and others, the Planning Board has clearly reduced the scope of this amendment from what you have originally printed in your warrant. The revised language in the motion makes just 2 changes to the bylaw. One is regarding the height allowance, and the other is for determining who the special permit granting authority will be. Just for a little background on the flexible plan development or flexible plan bylaw, it's an overlay zoning district available to developers by special permit on properties greater than 10 acres within the commercial rec A and C districts. So for all intents and purposes, that limits its use really to 2 areas, the HRA site and the construction yard across from the DPW yard. Flexible plan overlay zoning option it's a good thing for the town to have because it allows for really a comprehensive review of any of these large-scale developments that would come in of 10 acres in relation to if they just use the base zoning, which would be a lot-by-lot development. So it really gives the planning board the best opportunity to create like meaningful public amenities, open spaces, affordable housing, and like a desirable site orientation and roadway layouts within this larger development. With that said, there are some issues with the zoning language that the board wanted to address at this meeting, primarily the height and the special permit review process. So regarding the special permit review process, currently both the planning board and the zoning board are tasked with reviewing the same components of the project, and the thought is that this parallel track of review is going to really create a significant logistical challenge for those boards. And then since the elected planning board typically reviews multifamily homes, multifamily developments, and subdivisions, that the planning board should be the special permit granting authority for the flexible plan. The other concern is the height. So currently the maximum height in these districts are 70 feet. The board felt that this type of height is no longer really desirable in town. So the board is recommending a maximum height of 40 feet in this zone with certain height allowances for appurtenances like chimneys and for developments that are within the floodplain. These are the same allowances that are available in all the other base zoning districts in town. And it was shown up here as 8.1 in section F. So yeah, I think that's it. Thank you.
Planning board, please.
Good evening, everybody. Jean Paquin, 43 Edgewater Road, Chair of the Hull Planning Board. The board recommended, we took a vote, and it was 5-2 to recommend town meeting approve the revised article. And just to let you know, we intend to continue reviewing this article in the coming year. We would appreciate your support. Thank you. And now we'll have the Zoning Bylaw Committee.
Thank you. Susan Short Green, 71 B Street, Chair of the Zoning Bylaw Committee. The Zoning Bylaw Committee voted to recommend favorable action, 5-1. We appreciate the decrease in the height allowance here, and we do agree with replacing the planning board
in place of the ZBA so that site plan review and the permit process will be with the planning board. Thank you.
Advisory board, please.
Jason Frady, 60 Beltran Ave, Chair of the Advisory Board. Basically ditto. We think this work should belong with the Planning Board rather than the Planning Board of Appeals. We agree with the height limits. We had other concerns about this article that required us to recommend a town meeting, so we're recommending favorable action on this one. The Planning Board is going to continue to review this just as they continue to review and update zoning in the town of Hull, and so we commend them for their work. Thank you. Recommend favorable action.
Any additional discussion?
Yes.
On my left.
Cindy Borges, Nantasket Avenue. I just asked our planner to add the letters into the motion because they're missing. So he can work on that.
Can you go back to the first page just so I can check? I thought they were up there. Okay, that one's correct. Can you go to the next page? That's correct. That's correct. G2. G25. I can go to the next page. Yep, on this page it should be H. There should be an H for that.
That's a correction that could be made. It doesn't require a amendment. Okay, any additional discussion? In the center, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jerry Taverna. Just a question. We recently approved that land across from DPW for MBTA housing. So I guess my only question is if we reduce the height restriction, does that affect the total number of units that can be built there? And does that put us into non-compliance?
It does not put us into non-compliance. That for MBTA communities is the base zone. So the base zone meets that requirement. This is an overlay district.
Okay.
So the developer wouldn't need to use this zone.
Cindy Borges, Nantasket Avenue. I just want to be clear to the people here that this flexible plan development applies only to parcels of land that are 10 acres or more, which would be the HRA, we believe Grata's property, that's about it right now. But the purpose of the flexible plan development is to allow more residential housing than would otherwise be allowed in that underlying district. So we're talking about the flexible plan development could be used on the HRA. I originally was a proponent of a full repeal of this last year. I am conceding, I suppose, that these adjustments could be made. I think that the bylaw really is out of date for what the community wants. I would like to see some other action at a later time, but right now, this is where we're at. Thank you.
Additional discussion in the center, please.
Bernadette Raftery, 6 Harrow Place. Will individuals be able to buy parcels of that land rather than a developer? Like, does that make sense?
Anybody
say,
could buy it.
say the HRA is subsectioned, right? Say it's sectioned out. Would would private owners, individuals, rather than developers, purchase a plot of land?
If the HRA wanted to divide up parcels and sell them off, I suppose they could do that.
I don't think
Mr.
this...
Kelly, maybe you have an answer.
Well, this doesn't relate to this particular article, ma'am.
Well, I'm just-
In order trying to sell an individual parcel, would be a decision for the owner to make. I'm not sure how somebody here could answer that. I don't think it's germane, I'm sorry.
I can answer it if you want, if not,
On my right, please.
Steve Kiley, 1 Harvey Place, call the question.
Motion made to call the question. Is there a second? Calling the question will end debate on the article. Do it by voice vote. All those in favor of calling the question, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, it is a vote. The vote will now come on the article as presented. If you're in favor of Article, 32 as presented, please vote in the affirmative. If you're opposed, vote in the negative. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, it is a 2/3 vote. Thank you. Article 12. There's only one more after this one, folks. Huh? Oh, Article 12 was part of the consent agenda. All right. Is it? Okay, now this would be the last one. Maybe. Tell us what it is, Laurie. Article 20. Moved by the town manager that $545,000 is appropriated for the purposes of purchasing and equipping an ambulance for the fire department, including all costs incidental or related thereto. That to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow $545,000 under Chapter 44 of the general laws or any other enabling authority, and the select board is authorized to take any other action necessary or convenient to carry out this project. Is there a second? Motion made and seconded. Discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, members of town meeting. I'm thankful this is the last article. Ironically, last year was the last article too for me. This is to replace a rescue. We have a frontline piece that has 170,000 miles on it and allow us to purchase a new ambulance for the town that transports approximately 1,200 residents a year to the hospital.
Thank you. Advisory board.
Dave Clinton, 55 Gosnell Street, member of the advisory board. Make this short and sweet. Maintaining the ability to have public safety at the top notch is a no-brainer in my mind and the mind of the advisory board as a whole, so we encourage you to vote yes.
Any additional discussion?
Mr. Moderator?
On my right, please.
Randy Gould, 2 Christian Street in the Village. I have an amendment to this article. Sorry to take up your time, but I was hoping this would get addressed earlier. My amendment has to do with making a revolving or enterprise account for the fire department so that in the future we can put away some money that the ambulance makes every year. So we won't have to come to a town meeting and raise and appropriate money.
Mr. Gould, this would be out of scope for the article.
Yeah. All right, could you explain why?
Because you're trying to create an enterprise fund that was not before the body in any manner, and it'd be a different way of appropriation.
Wait a minute.
It's out of scope, Mr. Gould.
Wait a minute, explain that to me again. There's no funding here. It's making...
You're attempting to create an enterprise fund.
Yes.
It's not related to the article at hand. The article at hand is related to an expenditure. All right? You're not creating that, and you're going in to authorize a total of $250,000. It is not related to the article that was presented in the warrant, and it's out of scope. Back to the original motion. Discussion. Any additional discussion?
Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Gould, you're out of order.
No, I'm not out of order.
Mr. Gould, you're out of order.
I'm asking you...
Mr. Gould, you're out of order.
As the town manager, town moderator, to get the opinion of town council.
I already had received the opinion of town council.
Could he explain it to me? Because I don't trust you guys.
Did I ask you an opinion, Mr. Town Council? And did you concur?
Mr. Moderator, I did approach you. We discussed it very briefly. We both had the same opinion. And if I may, scope is a determination that's exclusively in the jurisdiction of the moderator. It is not even town council's decision. It is the moderator's decision.
All right, so back to the original motion. All right, is there any discussion on the original motion? Hearing none, the vote will come on the Article 20.
Mr. Moderator?
What is your point of order, Mr. Gould?
It's not a point of order.
Well, then you're out of, what are you speaking to?
The discussion of this article.
Okay, go right ahead.
I wholeheartedly approve this. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. All right, I'm not confused. All right, so the vote will now come, seeing no one else standing, on the expenditure of $450,000 for the purchasing and equipping of a new, $545,000 for the purchase and equipping of a new ambulance for the fire department. If you're in favor of this, please indicate by saying aye. If you're opposed, all those opposed, it is a two-thirds vote. A motion to dissolve the annual town meeting.
So moved.
To a second. All those in favor? Thank you.
Thank you.